as always, lots of music pumping. And the weather, well, just a sprinkle earlier on. And now we have dry conditions. James Saunders is my name, and alongside me, Colin Murray. Colin, what do you expect of this matchup?
Interesting matchup, James. Just getting back to the weather slightly. We had a little drizzle and the ground was being watered. So hopefully they'll have some nice nice conditions, not too hard on the players. But interesting matchup because the Deportivo, they lost their first game by 3-0 against Police. And the AC Port of Spain team, they scored early against Central FC and were pulled back to 1-1. So, you know, at this point in time, the Deportivo, they are at the bottom of the table while the AC Port of Spain team is midway.
Yeah,
so I expect a competitive game, James.
Yeah, Kunupe FC, of course, leading the table at the moment, followed by Police FC, who are going to be coming up later. Yeah. Interesting matchup with these teams having played football in such a long time. Well, speaking of not having played football in such a long time, Coach Selvon Francis, he certainly would be needing goals for his team. Of course, they are still at the bottom of the table after having lost 3-0 in their opening match. And he spoke about preparation and the limited amount of preparation and fitness concerns. Let's hear from him.
The return to competitive football, that's something coaches all over have been clamoring for the longest while. For me, it's a big relief. I feel relieved that we're back on the field, back with competitive football, no restrictions, or little restrictions really. But I think most teams suffered from limited preparation. My boys in particular, we had a few people who might not have been vaccinated at a certain time, and then they got vaccinated. So we started training about more like a month ago. And I think pre-season preparation for most teams will be limited. Challenge for the league title will mean players giving 110% every single game, right? And one of the things we know that most teams lack in preparation, as I mentioned before. So what we want to know, the teams that have more hunger is the ones that will bring it home. So my boys, I keep pushing with them. We might get fit during the season, might reach peak during the season. So it's hunger at the moment that will take us through to the title.
Yeah, again, James, you notice they talking about the lack of preparation. They didn't have time to really prepare for a tournament like this. So you're going to find they're going to use the games to get fit, to sort of not only in terms of getting fit, but work out their tactics, etc. So if you don't get a fast start in this tournament, you can find yourselves in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I also heard the word hunger as well. And I can tell you who's hungry at the moment, Wesley John. Hughes and Hector, of course, you know those names if you're familiar with Point Fortin football. They're hungry and eager to get back on the pitch after 2 years of inactivity.
Training session and the vibes, everything is pure joy, it's happiness just to be back on the playing pitch. Basically, we've been a lot of physical training session because to get yourself in shape for the matches going forward. But the team spirit, camaraderie, everything has been, you know, up full vibes, as I say. As a team, I think we best qualities going in will be fighting for each other, yeah, fighting for one another, stuff like that. That will really be the best qualities, the togetherness. Well, firstly, we're aiming to finish in the top 3. I mean, that is the goal. We've been in a situation where we've been home for, as I said, 2 years. So there's to be the opportunity to play again in itself. That is a prize, that is a blessing. So.
After 2 years no football, you can see as we come out on the pitch, all the lads are happy to be out here playing football. The training intense, men coming out, they're coming out early. You can see it's a joy for when you see players on the ball playing the football game, you understand? So the vibes is very high. You can see the togetherness in the team, the way we play the game, the energy we want to play the game at. And besides coming out in the top 3, you can see we want to play the football to entertain not only the crowd up, but we want to get games down here so we can entertain Point Fortin people.
Again, James, what I expect is the doubleheader this evening to be competitive. I think no team is going to just sit back. They're going to run at each other. And as we saw last week, I think the same thing is going to happen this week. We're going to find two really competitive games.
Well, I tell you what, the coach of Athletic Club Port of Spain, formerly Northeast Stars, his name is Gilbert Bateau, and he certainly has a different motivation. He's got an upcoming squad, a very young squad, and he's been preparing them for both professional circuit as well as the college circuit.
The AC Port of Spain has a goal, and it's what brought me to AC Port of Spain. The fact that they want to recruit or improve the life and the playing skills of younger players for college and also professional football. They are not quite there because even through the pandemic, they had a lot of guys, they were playing football. They probably may not have played with the intensity that was needed, but at least they were playing football. So it's my job now to get them to that readiness to be able to play for 90-minute constant football. We will use this tournament and this Ascension League to further develop the competitive aspect of the young guys that we have here. It's a good feeling to know that we could get back out on the playing field and do what every one of us love, to play the wonderful game of football.
Well, we've heard from the coaches, we've heard from the players. It's time for action, James.
Yeah, certainly. And even before that, of course, captaincy. It's a major part of any squad. AC Port of Spain, they've got a real tough man in the captaincy position, CEEN Thomas, and we had an opportunity to speak with him as well.
We are a very youthful team, and some players are very experienced as well. So we bring a lot of energy, pressing, and defensive structure. Training sessions has been really intense, working on new tactics, just preparing for the league, getting everything down packed. It's been good. The vibes of the team is really good. Our brotherly, camaraderie, love, and yeah, everything is going well. So to be a successful tournament and team, just being able to play again, building for the future, and hopefully we can have some namesakes on the national team in the upcoming windows. Been buzzing to be back out on the pitch. It's been too long. Just happy to be here. Just happy to do what we always love.
You know, some of the players, ex-national players, current national players, they're experienced. They're young.
We tossed into a break after this, right?
Once again, we're eager to play, so it's,
okay.
You know, we're always willing to learn. So I think that in itself is an amazing quality, because in this day and age, if you continue learning, you just keep getting better. The players that play together, we play together a lot, so it's like we were a team before we came to the team, if that makes sense. So the energy, the vibes is actually very amazing. I believe that players, you know, getting contracts abroad and like doors opening for players abroad would be a very good mark for us at the end of the league or the end of the tournament, because it shows that, you know, the hard work that we put in during the tournament and the performances that we are going to show, it would lead other teams and other countries to invest in us.
Well, James, I was so wanting this game to get going. I was saying action, and I forgot the skipper, CEEN Thomas, to have his say. Now we've heard from him. We've heard from all the players. We've heard from the coaches. It's time for action. This is what we're here for. James, the first game, Deportivo Point Fortin FC against AC Port of Spain FC. What a game in store.
Indeed.
We take a break, and when we come back, it's going to be live action.
alongside of this on this side. Yes, Cassie and subs coming in. Eight, 6. Next to us. As Colin Murray said, it's time for action here at the Horquetta Recreation Ground. Deportivo Point Fortin coming up against AC Port of Spain. These are two teams relatively new to the competition here in Trinidad and Tobago. Deportivo having only been around since 2019, just 3 years old as a club, while Athletic Port of Spain, formerly known as Northeast Stars, they've been around quite a bit longer. They've been around since the year 2000, but they've only recently been rebranded just about 2 years ago as AC Port of Spain. An exciting clash expected here in La Horquetta, East Trinidad. The sun just setting over the ground as the stands begin to fill up. Very soon we will have the lineups as well as greet the players coming out on the field. My name, of course, is James Saunders, and alongside me, Colin Murray. Exciting matchup expected.
Yeah, James, I would think a good game in store, good competitive game. We'll just have to wait and see the kind of quality these two teams produce. You know, I think both these teams want to play out from the back, knock the ball around, get it up to the strikers, and hopefully they'll take their chances. I think last week what was important, we saw a real competitive, both games were very competitive. The tackling was hard, the tackling was fierce but fair, and I expect to see the same here this evening with these two teams.
So Quincy Williams will lead the contingent of referees together with his two assistants as the teams make their way onto the field. AC Port of Spain in the yellow, very young team, and Deportivo Point Fortin, led by that familiar face, Trinidad and Tobago international Marvin Phillips, as they line up, and very soon they will have the national anthem and all that jazz going along. You spoke about tough tackling. These teams coming in tough positions. Of course, AC with a draw last weekend. They're in 4th position. Deportivo yet to get a point. They went down 3-0. And, they were in need of some points, you would think.
Oh, yeah, they certainly will be looking, for some points here. In terms of AC Port of Spain, they took the lead against Central FC. I think we mentioned that earlier. They played very, very early. They took the lead. And after that, they really struggled in terms of trying to get another goal. They were pegged back late in the game when Central FC scored, so they had to share the points. But I would think that AC Port of Spain would come into this encounter slightly a little bit more confident than the Deportivo Point Fortin team. However, they now would be looking to push forward, try to get a win, to get back into contention in terms of getting to the top of the league. So it should be very interesting.
Well, lots of experience in the Deportivo camp. Of course, Marvin Phillips, the number 1 that you saw just a while earlier. He will take charge in the goalkeeping position. Quincy Williams, the man on your screen at the moment, very experienced referee. Well, speaking of experience, AC Port of Spain, they're a very young team. Lots of players just out of secondary school. And this should make for an exciting matchup, youth versus experience. So just to give you a quick idea of some of the lineup, the key player for AC Port of Spain, Alec Benny. He will lead the attack. That's the brother, of course, of a former national player, Shea Benny. So we get set for kickoff. Deportivo Point Fortin versus AC Port of Spain. So Deportivo in yellow. Captain Thomas is trying to build up out of the bat. Finally deciding to go route 1. It's going to be a chase here for Benny. It's booted out of touch, and immediately they try to go forward. AC Port of Spain. So just a bit of a hold up. The referee not satisfied that the field was sufficiently cleared, an extra ball on the field. Finally, he will have some space to toss a throw in. So the crowd just building up here in La Horquetta. Point 14 forced to defend really early in this match. Looking for Benny, headed away by Wesley John. It's back with Port of Spain as they look to push forward. And that touch misdirected, goes out of touch, and Point 14 will finally grab hold of possession. Well, this is headed not really well, but they still pick up possession. It's bouncing around as Port of Spain try to carve open some space on the right side. Tussle, Mark Ramdeen goes down, no whistle. It's back with the yellow shirts of Port of Spain as they try to get an attack going forward with Warner. We'll have a throw. So lots of experience at the back of the Point 14 defense. Wesley John, he's going to be marshalling the, wearing the number 24. Also the familiar name of Andre Etienne, Justin Cornwall, and Jeremiah Casa as the fullbacks. So this is a long throw in, away by John. Well, they're really struggling to hold on to possession in the opening few minutes of this match. Point 14, this one is deep in the area and way over everybody's head, and that's gone out for a goal kick. So early pressure being applied by Point 14, by Port of Spain.
Yeah, and you expect that. They, as I said, and I keep saying it, they scored early against Central FC. So they seem to be a fast-starting team. They seem to take the game early to the opposition and try and put them under pressure and get that early goal.
Well, again, they give away possession cheaply, but it's back with Point 14. He's done well to carve open some space here. Can he push forward, Philip? Well, he's got Mark Ramdeen in an inch of space, and well, he tried to find the run of Shaquille Henry, but unfortunately for him, was easily picked up by goalkeeper Regalio Holder.
So Mark Ramdeen, of course, James, coming out of Naparima, one of the stars of the Secondary Schools League. And Mark Ramdeen, very much left-footed, but got pinpoint accuracy with that left foot. So he's going to see how he's partaking here in what should we say, big man football now, coming out of the secondary schools, but a very skillful, very classy type of player.
As the song says, he has to bamba with the big boys. It's Point 14 to defend. It's a free kick for Port of Spain.
Nunes, is it Nunes? Yeah.
Well, he floats this one in. Oh, he's found his man there, and the goalkeeper Marvin Phillips had to be quick off his line.
Offside.
Quickly.
The offside flag was raised, but the referee, playing the advantage, allowed the keeper to continue with the play.
So it's a free kick for Point 14. Ramdeen would, in fact, he's left it to a more experienced Wesley John, pouring numbers forward into the area. 7 shirts. Etienne, he's going to lend his height together with Wesley John. So they're going for the big men to pile into the area. Looking to get that height advantage against the significantly shorter players in AC Port of Spain. This one is floated in. Looking for Etienne. Well, not really handled well by the goalkeeper, but effective. And he gives away a throw. Taken short. Looking for some movement now is Cornwall. Switch that. Pushing it forward. Here's Shaquille Henry. The flag goes up in an offside position. Another offside called against Deportivo Point 14. Shaquille Henry, by the way, celebrating his 28th birthday tomorrow. Man who last played his club football with Paradise FC in Barbados. Was one of the early casualties of the lockdown situation due to the pandemic, as he was stranded in Barbados for quite a while before coming home. This one is long, can't get past Cornwall, rises really well. Got a nice compact look about them, Point 14. Was a bit surprised at the result in their opening match where they went down 3-0. Got ton loads of experience in their ranks as this one switched nicely, but too long in the end for the intended target. McLean, of course, the goal scorer for AC Port of Spain in their last match against Central FC. That match, of course, ended in a 1-1 draw. As he run out of real estate, the referee's assistant, Kevin Lewis, agrees, and it is a throw to Port of Spain. Here is Mirez. Punches it inside. Ran into some traffic. And he's left it well there, opening up some space as they push forward. Here is Port of Spain, floated over the top. Can he find some space to get a shot off? Well, he hesitated somewhat. Possession was stolen from Augustus. And the throw eventually goes against Port of Spain. Here's Wesley John. Oh, it was closed down pretty quickly there, John. Not getting much room to swing that left hoof of his. Getting away this time by Cornwall. Big toss in the middle. It's almost pin ball at the moment. And the referee finally has enough as he saw something that he was very displeased with. A big smile on his face, Quincy Williams. He's allowed them to be big men and rough boys, but he's finally seen enough and he's whistled against Point Fortin this time around. Well, they're not shy to push bodies forward, Port of Spain. Got 5 bodies and quite an interesting congress around the ball. These days, Colin Murray, you tend to see a lot of players assembling around the ball for free kicks.
Certainly do. They hoping that the wall does its job.
Well, here's Thomas, the captain, deflected, and Marvin Phillips does well to collect. Never really trouble the TNT international. 82 caps for his country, Marvin Phillips. Just sense that if they had to beat him, you've got to come really well.
He's a fine goalkeeper, isn't he? Probably one of you talk about a long line of good goalkeepers or great goalkeepers Trinidad and Tobago has had over the years. I think Marvin Phillips would be right up amongst them. It's very reliable, and certainly his positional play is also very good. It's in terms of him cutting off angles, etc. He's a wonderful keeper. And you know, they say that keepers, the older they get, the better they get. And Marvin Phillips certainly falls in that category.
I mean, just look at Gigi Buffon. He's well into his 40s, still playing football. Looking for Ramsey, not the tallest of players, but he does well. Silky skills from Ramsey. But he can't get away from his man eventually. But it's back with Point Fortin. They look to break down the right-hand side, and this one is well cut out by Kessa.
Of course, the number 10 there, and well, we're looking at the 4th official there. The assistant referee, and the coach of Deportivo.
Henry tried to hold off that one. No luck, but it's still with Point Fortin. Looking for space. Going to Cornwall. Oh, he's done well. He's pushed past 2. Can't get past the 3rd, but he might have won a corner for his team. Port of Spain are appealing. The referee seems to agree with them. So it will be a goal kick. Thought for a moment that he won his team a corner there. But he did really well to create a yard of space for himself in the middle. But it's given right back to Point Fortin. Mark Ramdeen turns into traffic. See yellow shirts that come away. Deflected. Benny. Too long, and that will be throw for Point Fortin. Try to find his man out wide.
That was John and Etienne, hands up there in the air, looking for an offside. Certainly wasn't an offside. They are the players from the Deportivo camp.
They've got a ton loads of experience. See the likes of former TNT international Andrew Pacheco in the ranks. It's Cornwall. Looking for Henry, too long. Again, you see one of those volleyball type challenges in the middle. So Ramdeen, can he push away from trouble? They've opened up some space here. And again, the pass is cut out. They've often tried to go through the center of the park. Not much luck for either team, you'd say.
No, and the thing is, you're watching both these teams. They're getting into the tackles quick. They're pressing high. They're ensuring that the players that are in possession of the ball don't really have time. Look at this. You're looking at, that was what, Phillip had no time. He had to go back to his defenders. He had to go back to Cornwall. So it's a sort of high press game that the AC Port of Spain team is playing. They're not allowing Deportivo to settle on the ball.
It's a throw to the team from the capital. Edwards sends it long, and attempted pass from striker Benny is cut out. Benny, of course, younger brother of TNT Youth International, Che Benny. Comes from a long line of footballers, the Benny family.
You surprised Shea isn't playing, James?
I'm a tad surprised. I was in fact surprised to see him in the lineup. Initially slated to not be available for this match.
I remember him well. He was at St. Anthony's College playing, of course, in the secondary schools league. But I also remember him playing in the futsal world tournament.
He scored a memorable goal.
He scored probably the goal in the tournament, I thought. Very cultured left foot he's got. And I would expect to see him sometime during the course of this game.
Shea Benny, of course, the nephew of former players, Marvin Joseph. If you remember Marvin Joseph, Lorne Joseph as well. Oh, that's a bad giveaway. It's with Point Fortin. Henry just allowed it to run across his body, hoping to create space, but he has found some space, and there's a chance for Point Fortin, deflected. And the follow-up, deflected again. Well, is anybody going to get it? Ramsey at the goal, and
that's the left foot.
He hits the bullseye, and it's Deportivo Point Fortin that takes the lead. It bounced around in the area, some fortune for Port of Spain, but eventually Lady Luck ran out. Ramdeen put his name on the score sheet, and Point Fortin are 1-0 ahead.
We talk about talent. We talked about that left foot from the Naparima days, and we thought, how would he adjust to this kind of football? But there was a bad giveaway, but Henry did well, getting to get that ball across. The shot came, and then it came to Riley. He had a crack. It was then blocked, and this is the shot coming in from Ramsey. And we've seen him over the years play for Naparima, and we've got to know that that left foot can be deadly if he hits it well. And boy, oh boy, did he hit that well. What a good shot, what a good goal. But there we see it's an injury to one of the... Is it Thomas?
He's down at the moment. And, well, he's holding on to his right thigh. We just hope that nothing major, but he's back on his feet now. Look of concern from one of the assistant coaches.
Well, you do remember, James, in the last week, in the first round, a lot of players were falling to the ground, some cramping. They had one or two seeming to have some muscle injuries. So it's going to be tough on these players, because remember, they haven't been playing football for over 2 years.
Well, he's opened up some room. Captain still off the field at the moment as Henry tries to be clever. He's cut out. But he's finding lots of space in the middle. He's done well to create space time and time again as this one goes forward. Here's Mark Ramsey, the goal scorer. Cornwall overlapping. Well, they're keeping possession nicely. Just trying to draw Port of Spain out of the area. And that's a bad giveaway from Etienne after what appeared to be promising build-up play.
I thought he was looking for Riley to be making the run, but that ball was hit far too straight. And Riley was, he took up a good position. He was wide. And there was the ball, the long ball coming up from Etienne. But, you know, he was looking for Riley, but in the end it was a bad pass.
Certainly an experienced one, Etienne. 5 national caps, for the man from Point Fortin. Did win a title in India, the Duan Cup, with the couple of seasons that he spent there. Also, he is a Caribbean club champion, Central FC, all the way back in 2016. So certainly does possess lots of experience. Here's another man with experience. And again, finding lots of space in the middle. Hudson sends that one forward. Flag stays down, but it finally goes up. Ramsey certainly looked well and truly on his way to second. Well, the game certainly is opening up now. It started off quite cagey, but they're finding spaces. Well, this man, he's been beaten once so far. Hope not to be beaten again. This one is long, and Etienne gets up high. Ramsey can't control it. It's with Port of Spain, but they've won it back. And here's the man they call Smek. Shaquille Henry, looking for options, picks on Hudson. Looking for room to get a right-footed shot away. Well won back by Port of Spain. Good trying to evade the challenge, but can he get past the second one? Well, that's good pressing. And perhaps a bit too straight. It's gone all the way back to the goalkeeper.
Oh, that's a good take. They're giving away the ball far too easily at times, AC Port of Spain. They've got to be careful because they're losing the ball in areas where they can get hurt.
Well, here's Ramsey. He certainly can hurt them. Looking for space, and the shot not well directed by Henry.
Yeah, again, James, they lose possession. So they're losing. AC Port has been losing possessions far too easily at the moment.
Well, here's Hudson looking to shoot. Well charged on. It's back with AC Port of Spain, but again, they can't get away with it. No foul, says the referee. And a handball, a call there. Not spotted by the assistant referee. Thought he got away with that one, Colin Murray.
Well, James, I'm not too sure. I think it was close to the hand, but maybe we can see that again if possible.
Well, they're looking to break here. Benny, he's done well to get past one. In the area, can he get a shot away? And that's good defending from Cornwall, who had to retreat from quite a long way. And well, it's end to end at the moment. Certainly exciting. Chandel Augustus thought he would have gotten in there. Here's Edwards. A belated flag comes up for the infringement on the Point Fortin player.
I think both teams guilty at the moment of just giving away that ball too easily. You've got to make your opponents work to get the ball. But some of the passes, not only going astray, but give both teams credit because from the time the ball starts to come out from the back, they're putting pressure on the player in possession of the ball. So we've been seeing a lot of balls being not given away, but possession being won back by the opposition. So credit to both teams.
Here's Wesley John, a man that has played in over 5 countries. He's played extensively across Asia, back to help his home community, Point Fortin. Oh, that's a good turn. Can they win it back? It's gone well, but here comes Port of Spain now, looking for Benny, and again, well cut out by Etienne. Marvin Phillips, he's quite comfortable on his feet. A 6'1" goalkeeper. Ramsey. He's got players ahead of him. Gets it to Hudson.
That's a killer ball because Ramsey was being played that ball with 3 yellow shirts around him.
Henry's done well to wiggle past 3. Can't get past the third, and the break is on now for AC Port of Spain. Here's McLean. He certainly knows a thing or two about goal scoring. That's clever defending. Just quicker to the quicker to the ball.
Young Jordan Riley brought down. Of course, Jordan Riley, who's made a name for himself at Presentation College, was the dead ball specialist, free kicks, penalties, but really did well going up the sides of the park for Perez.
Kessa's cross is blocked. Will be a throw. You can just hear the drums around the Horquetta facility. Always a festive atmosphere here in East Trinidad. Kessa's got Riley ahead of him. Aims for Henry. Too long, headed away. Well, certainly what they've done well, Colin Murray, they've pressed really well Deportivo. I think that's why they've been able to win back possession easily. Here's Etienne.
It's good control, but a poor ball, really. But it's Benny in possession there.
Well, they can break here. Looking for a shot, maybe. Crowded out by the Point Fortin defense. Can they open them up? He's opened up and he has a goal. Deflected by Etienne. And it should bounce away for a corner. In fact, it is a corner. And Marvin Phillips is saying that you've got to close this down quicker.
You could see what McLean was trying, though. He was looking to try to curl that ball into the top corner. Came off the defender, and he's got a corner.
Phillips marshalling his troops. Certainly been one of the stalwarts on the current Trinidad and Tobago team. Had one spell outside of Trinidad and Tobago with Neroka FC in the Indian Premier League. Not to be confused with the cricket competition. Had 12 caps in a loan spell for them. This one is in. Should be easy for Phillips. Gobbles it up.
That's great goalkeeping, isn't it? This could be problems here for AC Port of Spain.
Yes, Henry, and he's pulled up there. That's not a good sign. He's holding on to his left hamstring.
And again, James, look at what we're seeing. We're 25 minutes into this game, just over 25 minutes, and players are already starting to hold their legs, their hamstring, and we're going to see that. It's really unfortunate because the games are tough. You're looking at this game, and it's a tough one. And look, let's have a look. He was all of a sudden he looked to turn, and he felt that his foot just cramping up on him. Maybe it's the hamstring. But, we're going to see a lot of that. We saw it last week. We're going to see it again this week. Until these players, have a little bit more time in terms of training and their fitness, getting their fitness right, we're going to see a lot of players pulling up.
Here's McLean.
And no fault of their own. I mean, it's just the time span in terms of when this league started as to the amount of training the teams could have put in.
Well, we did hear the coach in the pre-match talk about the limited preparation time. Certainly would be a big loss for Point Fortin if Henry is unable to continue. Henry, of course, is part of the Trinidad and Tobago under-23 team that took part in the Pan American Games. SSFL winner with Presentation College. Also spent some time in Vietnam. Ton load of experience. Will be a big miss if he is changed. Well, that was aimed for Riley. Not finding its target. Here's McLean. Couldn't dribble past Kessa.
The way Henry went down there, James, holding the back of his hamstring, I don't think he's going to take any further part in this game. I'll be surprised if he goes back on.
Never like to see a player go down unchallenged. Such an explosive player, Shaquille Henry. Grew up in Palo Seco, South Trinidad. Always one of those players that you expected great things from. So he should have an early change coming on because it seems that he will play no further part in the match. Still goalless in case you just joined us between AC Port of Spain and Deportivo Point Fortin. 1-0, in fact.
Yeah, I was wondering, James, you didn't see Ramdeen's goal.
Well, it seems like like I've got the grey here.
Well, I'm not going to comment on that one.
So forced into change.
Yeah, so Henry is off, right?
He's certainly going to be replaced very shortly. Will play no further part in this match. Port of Spain looking to find an equalizer. Not in that effort. Yes, Hudson. Oh, almost bullied off of that possession. Ramdeen just couldn't find space, and Wesley John eventually gets it away. Benny.
It's a good tackle.
I think Ramdeen would have done well enough to hold on to possession, and finally we are going to see that change.
Yeah, because the Deportivo, they've been playing with 10 men in the last, I would say, 5 to 7 minutes. So Henry's off.
Well, I will tell you in a bit who is the player that just came on.
The number 6 player is on, but we don't seem to have a name for that particular player.
Yes, point Fortin. Giving away possession cheaply.
You know, since the goal, though, AC Port of Spain, they've come more into the game. They haven't created anything really to trouble Marvin Phillips. But I think they've started to get a little bit more possession. And they're trying to string their passes together and trying to get Benny more into the game.
Well, that one again easily cut out, but they've had some fortune, and that's a good turn. He's opened up past 1, 2 is gone down. No whistle.
Good tackle, though. I thought they started to crowd him out.
And here they push forward. Looking for options.
Too long, James.
Trouble.
He should have been playing that ball. Riley was wide. He could have looked right-sided and looked to get Riley in the play, but he just kept running with it. And eventually was just crowded out. That's better.
Well, he's opened up some space down the right. Jordan Riley chases after it. Can't outmuscle his man. Mirez.
Yeah. Good tackle in the end. Did well.
Jordan Riley certainly has been forced to transition really quickly into senior football. Was a South Zone champion with Presentation College in 2017. Certainly one of the stars of that Presentation College team. Very highly rated. He's also part of the TNT Under-20 team in 2018 that managed to get out of the Caribbean zone of qualifying. Well, almost good link-up play. Denied by Hudson. Looking to get out of trouble. Good tackle from Jordan Riley yet again. What do you think he's done so far since he's progressed into the senior ranks, Jordan Riley?
Well, the pace is a little bit different here in terms of they're not giving him time on the ball, James, and that's what he got that when he's playing secondary schools football. He was given a little bit more time to control the ball, work the ball. Here, he's not given the time, and they're closing him down quickly, and he'll have to adjust. He's got to play a little bit quicker. He's got to get to the ball faster. He's got to release it quicker.
Well, it's 1 versus 3. When he's done well, he's gotten past all 3 of them. Can he get a good service in? It's a tussle. And Port of Spain, they're grateful to get that one out of the danger area. And a break could be on, but given away as Cornwall intercepts. Here's Mark Ramdeen to open up another attack for Deportivo. But he's got Riley to his right. He opts to go through the center. And he's gone into maybe the wrong option. It's a nice sounding jam. Nice on the air. As Port of Spain come away with it again. Rondell Phillip perhaps had a bit more options going forward in that last attack. Eventually giving it away cheaply. Ramsey with a kung fu style interception. Mark Ramsey, everything good seems to flow through him. Maybe a shot.
I was just thinking that, James, every time he picks up the ball, he looks dangerous. You know, he's running with it, he's passing it off when he needs to. And of course, he's got that gifted left foot that he scored the goal with. So I'm quite impressed so far with Ramsey. He's making a lot of space for himself wide on the left. But when he comes in, he picks it up and knocks it around nicely. He's doing well.
Point Fortin will start their attack with Etienne. Nobody in particular. Hudson cuts it out and is given away a throw. Would be a throw to AC Port of Spain. Of course, AC Port of Spain, formerly Northeast Stars. They did make the transition just a few years ago. Certainly, as a club, in terms of their culminative history, have been relatively successful at the professional level in Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, they have now migrated from the Far East, Sangre Grande and that community, to the capital city.
I was kind of getting worried when you said Far East.
Made in
James,
China?
I was kind of wondering where you were talking about. Then I remembered Sandy Grande.
You people from the capital.
Got past the lighthouse.
Well, that's what they always say in Trinidad and Tobago. Folks living in the capital city.
They don't go past the lighthouse. Yeah.
Well, here's a chance opening up now. Maybe a chance for another left-footed strike. What a tackle that was from the captain, CEEN Thomas. And again, he's holding on to that hamstring as another one comes in, whiskers away. And the Point Fortin, they're huffing and they're puffing and asking to be let in.
That was Phillip, wasn't it? Beauty of a volley.
Certainly was.
Hit it one time. I thought he might have tried to control it, but give him kudos. He hit it on the volley. It kept it low and it just went to the left of Holder's post.
Well, they're certainly coming closer to second. Deportivo Point Fortin still lead this match by 1-0. Aimed in. Well, he's found his man. He struggled to control it. As Cornwall just seemed to back off of him.
Oh, that's a foul. The referee says no. Felt he played the ball clearly. I thought he went into the back of the player.
Well, I tell you what, he's been consistent in terms of his calling or non-calls. Quincy Williams, he's allowed the game to flow and, well, he's allowed himself to get some space for a shot. Not well directed, but the idea certainly can get an A for that.
Yeah, McLean, but I thought it was too far out. You're not going to beat Marvin Phillips from that distance. You got to be on target. You got to be, you got to hit it well. You know, that's it's going to take a really great effort to beat Marvin Phillips from that distance.
Phillips tried to tread the needle. Fortunately, too narrow. Port of Spain again, as we've seen all evening, trying to break down the right-hand side. Here's Augustus. Cut out by Cornwall. He's won that battle 9 out of 10 times.
Do you see the work Ramsey is doing? Came back in defense and look at him now, going forward.
Well, there's a man down, but they don't care. But the flag goes up. Well, they were hoping to continue with play and perhaps get a goal, but the assistant referee signaled for offside.
I didn't see what happened there. Is that Phillip?
Yeah, he seems to have gone down off the ball.
Again, he's holding the back of his hamstring.
Not a good sign for Deportivo. They've already lost Shaquille Henry. It's an injury. Won't like to lose the engine room of Phillip. Second player to go down for Point Fortin. Well, the good news is he's on his feet, so that might account for something.
Yeah, but he is, I think he's going to be all right. He seems to be walking far better now, not hobbling. So I think he's going to continue, Philip.
Well, certainly good news for the fans back in Tristate village, Mora, and all those villages that make up the borough of Point Fortin. And again, he's done really well, Cornwall. Found him impenetrable at times down the right-hand side. It's really been solid. Port of Spain, they've predominantly chosen to attack down that right-hand side. They've often found Cornwall an obstacle too big to get past. He's a little man, though. The irony of that statement. And, well, tell you what, it's in the first half, but again, Deportivo, they've looked to their bench and might be making another change.
Yeah, it seems that Philip can't make it. Oh, that's a bad back pass. He's giving away a corner.
So the change will be made soon, and
so Philip is off as well now. He's
Andre
14.
Pacheco comes in. Andre Pacheco, of course, one of my former teammates back at Star World Strikers and the Ream of Fire. He's a veteran now, 37 years old, Andre Pacheco.
It's going to be interesting how he takes to this game, because it's a fast-paced game, James. You know, both teams are going hell. You know, when you look at both of these teams, they're running at each other. They're not giving away anything. Pacheco will want to slow it down a little bit. He would want to be more measured in his play. It's going to be interesting what happens.
Well, this one can fall to a yellow shirt. Bounces awkwardly. Jordan Riley to come away, not the best of touch from a young man. Gives it right back to Port of Spain.
Not too sure what he tried there.
Well, he's pushing past. Still has Cornwall to contend with. Trying to go through the middle, and a chance could open up. And there's a chance, and they're taken with a plump.
Brilliant goal, actually. Absolutely brilliant. The angle. Wonderful strike, and Marvin Phillips tried to come out and cover the angle, and he was still beaten.
Well, they say it takes something special to beat Marvin Phillips, and how about this? Well, they've certainly parted the blue sea of the Point Fortin defense, and they've gotten joy.
Was it Anthony Charles? Oh, yeah, it looked like Charles, Anthony Charles, who equalized. So 1-1 now, game back on, James.
Well, what a game this is. It's ebbing and flowing. Point Fortin seemed to be in control until a few moments ago. Well, here's Pacheco. And that one overhit from him. Not going to see many overhit from him with that left boot, Andre Pacheco.
Yeah, well, he's just come into the game, so I think he's going to take a little time to get adjusted.
Well, here he's opened up nice bit of space, and again, Ramsey, a heavy touch, but he uses his body well. And, well...
Yeah, he's won the free kick, no doubt. Okay, I thought he was getting the better of the defender, and he was going around him, and he was pulled down. Yeah. There's he being...
big boy play from Edwards.
Pulled down by Edwards. But Edwards has had a tough evening so far with Ramdeen, because Edwards is out at that right-back position. And he's found Ramdeen to be a real handful.
Here's Pacheco to float one into Etienne, and whoa! Well, he just missed his coordinates, but that is perhaps the best chance that they've carved out all evening. And Andre Etienne just couldn't put a handle on it. But I told you about that left boot from Pacheco.
It's a wonderful free kick, and he's put it to the back post. I thought Etienne jumped a little too early, and he was airborne, sort of waiting for the ball, and then couldn't control the header. But an excellent ball from Pacheco, and that's the beauty of Andre Pacheco. He's could measure those set pieces, and AC Port of Spain will have to be careful. They don't want to give away too many free kicks with Pacheco and also Ramdeen around.
Pacheco does have a couple of caps with the Trinidad and Tobago national team. There's also a 2001 Intercall winner with Princeton. Shared a team with the likes of Marvin Phillips and the recently deceased Clyde Leon. Was an instrumental part of that team. Also had a stint at Columbus Crew in the MLS, Andrew Pacheco. So he certainly packs a lot of experience. He's a two-time Caribbean Club Championship winner. So the interesting thing about Point Fortin, they've certainly got depth in their squad.
Yeah, Pacheco has been around, there's no doubt about it. He's definitely coming to the end of his career, but still has a lot to offer to the youngsters.
So it's 1-1 between AC Port of Spain and Deportivo Point Fortin.
Coming up to the end of the first half, we'll have to see just how much time the referee will add on.
Yes, Port of Spain, can they get something before the half? Well, they've given it away. Yes, Pacheco. Etienne. Andre Pacheco.
He wants the ball, he wants the ball, he wants to create for Deportivo.
It's Wesley John. Mark Ramdeen. It's cut out well, but it's back with Ramdeen. Step over, he's gotten past one, he's brought the crowd to life, and he's opened up a chance here. He's gone down, they're appealing for something. Referee Williams says he's not interested in the appeal, so nothing wrong. This time he does, and it will be a free kick just outside the area to Point Fortin.
What skill again there, James, by Ramdeen? I tell you, let's have a look at it. There's the look at Ramsey. Look at the step over. Beauty. Oh, isn't that superb? It's a gifted player. What I like about him, he's controlling that left side. He's attacking when they have the ball. When they lose the ball, he's back defending. He's had a wonderful half so far. And of course, he's copped it off with that goal.
Well, Jordan Riley will have an opportunity to show some of his dead ball ability that he has shown in the secondary school. You've covered the secondary school football.
He's been excellent for presentation. The penalties, the set pieces, you know, they've always turned to Jordan Riley. And obviously, they're Deportivo. They know of his skill when it comes to the dead ball situation. Let's see how he does.
So here is Riley, goes to goal and too high. And his first attempt. Doesn't trouble that man in your picture. But he's a young man, he will have more opportunities.
Holder, I think Holder he was keeping for St. Mary's at the time and went across to Naparima. So he's another one, a product of the secondary schools. Understand there's 1 minute of added on time?
1 minute. Can any of these teams put themselves in a favorable position heading into the halftime? Port of Spain will attempt to get something from the final few minutes. Well cut out. And again, Cornwall, man at the center of that defensive move. It's Port of Spain probing. Cut out yet again. And here they come away, Point Fortin. Minutes remaining. Jordan Riley to open something up for Deportivo. And a chance here, hit on the first post, and well, at least it was close. Doesn't trouble the goalkeeper, but it did bring some cheers of excitement from the Point Fortin fans.
I think it would have been better trying to get across. He was at a very, very difficult angle, and that looks to be the substitute making that run, going up that beautiful ball from Riley, well weighted, but look at that angle. I mean, it's very difficult to beat the keeper from there. He should have been looking to get it right across the face of the goal. And again, you had Mark Ramdeen coming in at the far post. Another player down.
Well, again,
James,
something that we've seen far too often in the opening 45 minutes of this Ascension tournament match, as another player is on the carpet at the moment, and it appears to be Shaquille Edwards, the right back for Port of Spain. The good news is that he is back on his feet.
Well, he's had a torrid evening so far, because I think Mark Ramdeen has been a live wire for Deportivo on their left side, which is the right side of AC Port of Spain.
So we should be out of minutes in the first half. A first half that has ebbed and has flowed. And
hasn't been a bad game, has it? I think both teams are playing this high press, not giving the either opposition to settle on the ball, and so we've seen a lot of passes just going astray, but I think it's because of good tactical play by both teams.
Well, that one has gone out of the ground, perhaps, as the clock continues to run down.
Talk about run down, we see Edwards is running back onto the field, just out of the picture, which is good news.
Here's Andre Pacheco, looking for movement ahead of him. Plays it into Ramdeen. Oh, that's nice link-up play from point 14. Can they open the door? Isaiah Hudson thinks about it. Here's Ramdeen. He's got 3 inside the area. Can he pick out one of them? Well cut out. Maybe a chance on the other end. Oh, he's done well. And the defender's done better. Cornwall as the whistle sounds, signaling the end of the first half. An even first half between AC Port of Spain and Deportivo Point Fortin. And certainly it was a decent match.
Oh yeah, I think 1-1 probably a fair result at the half so far. Both teams having their moments. AC Port of Spain started quickly, and Deportivo, they were a little bit slow in getting out of the blocks, but they struck first with a beauty of a goal from Mark Ramdeen. He scored the first goal, and then of course the equalizer coming from Charles from AC Port of Spain. But a good encounter. Both teams having their fair share of chances. So it's been, I think, a 1-1 at halftime is probably a fair indication of the play thus far. But we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back. We don't have Ken win. Yes, sorry. Yes, sorry. Well, first half in which we saw both teams getting a goal apiece, and a fast, exciting first half. A half that really started with AC Port of Spain putting the pressure on Deportivo, and let's have a look at some of the highlights. But this is the goal in which, what a shot here from Mark Ramsey, a beauty of a left foot. He banged it after the AC Port of Spain team just couldn't clear the lines, and the loose ball came out to Ramsey, and we all know from his Naparima days playing secondary schools football just how good a left foot he has, and he put it away. Here is another chance for Deportivo, and a good tackle in the end coming in. There is the shot now coming in, a good shot on the volley by Philip. He has since come off with some hamstring problems, but excellent turn. He hit it on the volley, and a beauty of a goal. But here comes the AC Port of Spain team, and a wonderful equalizer, a very difficult angle. Marvin Phillips had come out to make it even more difficult, and the ball was put away by Anthony Charles, finding the angle, and a lovely bit of play again by the Port of Spain team. And here comes Deportivo looking to score. Should have got that ball across rather than trying the shot, and that is the situation here at the halftime. 1-1 between Deportivo Point Fortin and AC Port of Spain. Remember, Deportivo lost their first game by 3-0 against Police, where AC Port of Spain, they had a 1-1 result against Central, so they are again being held here 1-1, and it's going to be interesting what happens in the second half. We're going to see some tired legs, of course, because we keep mentioning these teams have only been in training for 3 weeks to a month maximum, so we're going to get some tired legs in the second half. We're going to get some mistakes, and it's a question of which team can capitalize on the defensive mistakes made by the opposition and can put the ball away. But so far we've seen again, this is the second time we've been up here. We were here last Friday, and in the games last Friday we saw very competitive games. You know, both teams, all the teams giving all. Again, we're seeing that here tonight. Both these teams have come out, they're tackling hard, they're not giving space to the opponents, and it's been a really good first half. We're going to take a break now, and when we come back we should be getting ready for second half action.
Welcome back to the La Horquetta Recreation Ground Ascension Football League action. AC Port of Spain against Deportivo P.F. Scores tied at 1 apiece after first half. As we get set for the second half, James Saunders alongside Colin Murray. And how do you summarize the first half action and what needs to be done to get this game really started into life?
Well, I think what we saw was a very even first half. I think no team really dominated. You looked at AC Port of Spain started quickly, but then they conceded a goal. And Deportivo started to come into the game a little bit more, but they were unfortunate to get an injury to their striker, Henry. He went down, and then Philip, who was controlling the midfield, he also went down. Both of them seemed to have muscle injuries, and so they had to be replaced. I thought that interrupted a little bit the flow of Deportivo, and AC Port of Spain kept getting stronger and getting better into the game. The one bright spark I thought, for Deportivo continued to be Mark Ramsey wide on that left side. He was creating a lot of problems for Edwards, who was playing the right back for AC Port of Spain. He was getting into some good positions. He was crossing the ball when needed to be. He took a couple shots. He scored the goal. But I thought the injuries to Henry and Philip brought AC Port of Spain back into the game. And it was no surprise when they got the equalizer through Anthony Charles. Very interesting, nice ball being played down the right side. He had a very acute angle in which to beat Marvin Phillips at that back post. He went for the back post. Philip came out trying to cut the angle, and give Charles credit. He aimed for that far corner and he hit it, and just like that, it was now 1-1. What both these teams are going to do, I expect to see more of the same in the second half. I think what Deportivo is doing, they're trying to use Riley wide on the right, Ramsey wide on the left, trying to spread the AC Port of Spain defense and then get that ball across. The thing is, when they do get it across, they've got up front, they've got Gregory, who's replaced Henry, and then the midfielders in Kaiser and Philip was coming forward, and Hudson trying to attack that cross ball that is coming in. Now, Pacheco is not going to be rushing forward. I think he's going to be more playing a holding defender and spraying the passes around. So when the crosses come in from Riley and from Ramsey, you're going to look at Kaiser, you're going to look at Hudson possibly coming forward, looking to get that go-ahead goal. AC Port of Spain, on the other hand, they tend to knock it at the back, trying to be a little bit more calculated in their passes, getting it up to Benny. Benny seems to hold on to it, looking for the support coming from Warner, McLean, and Augustus. They seem to be coming from the midfield to support Benny. Once he's there, it's Benny coming onto the field actually for the second half. I think a lot is going to be dependent on him to hold up the ball for his midfielders to come forward and look to get that go-ahead goal. But all in all, it's going to be a very interesting second half. And I'll tell you what, James, I've got $1 in my pocket and it's going to stay there, because I couldn't tell you who's going to win this game. It's that close.
Really?
Yeah. What really, that is that close, or the $1 in my pocket?
$1. I was surprised that you had $1.
Yeah, but it's going to be a close one, and any of these two teams could get the winner here.
Well, we fans certainly hoping for an exciting second half. Marvin Phillips, he's certainly been really solid at the back for Deportivo P.F.
Hasn't really been tested, has he? But yet he finds himself picking up the ball out of the back of the net.
That's how cookie crumbles sometimes. Just a word of prayer happening at the moment from AC Port of Spain. They're going to be hoping to pull a trump card out of the pack. Well, speaking of trump cards, Che Benny seems to be coming in for the second half, and he will replace the goal scorer, Anthony Charles. So Che Benny, ton load of experience. Many eyebrows that have been raised at the venue when he was not included in the starting 11, but he's certainly a player with enormous potential. He was part of 2 Caribbean players to have a trial at Manchester United a couple of years ago, Che Benny, together with a player from Antigua. There was a competition and he got the opportunity. Unfortunately, couldn't land a contract at Manchester United, but he certainly is an enormous talent, comes from enormous footballing pedigree. And AC Port of Spain will be hoping that together with his brother at the top of the attack, that they can ring in some changes for AC Port of Spain.
I tell you what, I've seen Benny on numerous occasions for St. Anthony's. I remember one game, St. Anthony's against QRC, and QRC were leading 3-1, and all of a sudden, 2 free kicks from Benny, and the game ended 3-all. Was absolutely brilliant. I think the third goal, the equalizer, was almost scored in stoppage time. You know, it was, and of course, QRC ground it was at QRC ground, and the St. Anthony's supporters went absolutely berserk.
Tell you what, he perhaps effectively retired me from football when he was 12 years old. Played in a charity match with ex-professionals, and let's just say that he had the better of me. I was the goalkeeper.
Oh no! Well,
yes, Mark Ramsey.
I wouldn't ask you what was the score, James. I'll refrain from that.
It's well documented in the local press. Is there a way that you can erase those memories? Port of Spain can't get past the big frame of Andre Pacheco in the middle. Che Benny is always a player that I've always admired.
I would expect him, as you talk about Pacheco, the big frame, he's going to be in that midfield. I think he's going to play that hole in midfield. He's getting all over, who's that? He's getting all over the AC Port of Spain player. Looks like Keza. But Pacheco, he's going to hold that midfield together. I don't expect him going forward all that much. You know, he's going to look to hold that midfield, spray the ball around, and get his attackers going.
Well, he did start his career as a left winger, Andre Pacheco. Later in his career, he did move to the centre of the field. Here's Mark Ramsey's silky smooth touch. Looking to open up space. Can he find a shot? Does get a shot, and it's well off the target. But it certainly does get a round of applause from the supporters, appreciative of some of the action taking place.
Yeah, certainly the shot was not a good one. It's looked like, yeah, and never got over it, so it was always going to be a problem.
Well, that's Benny's first involvement in the match.
And already you see him looking to spray these long balls, James.
It's being used as a central midfielder by EC Port of Spain. Team, very young team. It's a average age of just around 23, 24 years old. Coached by the veteran,
and you look at that, James, as you mentioned, 23 years old. It's good for Trinidad and Tobago's football. Here's Ramdeen.
Well, they're trying to carve open the yellow shirts, and they do it successfully. Can he get a shot away? Hudson, well, somehow squeeze it and hasn't. Well, somehow it missed the mark, and I'm not quite sure, Colin, is my eyes deceiving me, but I'm not quite sure how that missed the mark.
Yeah, I thought it was in the back of the net. I was expecting to see the net shake, but it never happened. So give Holder credit, because a good bit of play again from Deportivo, getting the ball across. There's a section of the crowd. I expect that with the second game with La Horquetta Rangers, Terminex La Horquetta Rangers involved, the stand is going to be full, as we saw last week against Defence Force. Different challenge for them today, coming up against Police.
Tough challenge as well. Kissa floats this one in, headed away. Challenge for it here. Port of Spain to come away with it. Here's Che Benny. Well, he tries to nutmeg his man. He's having none of it.
Thought he waited too long. That should have been a ball played straight up the line, because you looked at Gregory. He was making the run.
This one is headed back into the yellow zone. And Cornwall, how steady has he been all evening? And Riley, well, a bit of inconsistency there from him.
Actually, I said Gregory. It was Warner who was actually making the run for Che Benny, but he tried to hold on to the ball rather than playing it one time.
Yes, Che Benny tries to squeeze one through, but offside position was Giovanni Warner. Never attempted to go after it. Here's Marvin Phillips. Well, here's a fun fact about Marvin Phillips. He did start his career as a striker for Presentation College in his youth days. He actually top scored for the college in the Southern Division before switching to the goalkeeping position, and forthwith being selected as part of the Trinidad and Tobago under-20 team that took part in the World Cup that was held in Trinidad and Tobago. Long ball, looking for Warner. Picked up by Phillip. It's been around so long, Marvin Phillip. Still seems top of his game. Can he find options? Well, he's gone to ground. That's not the option he was hoping for. It's point 14 come away with it. They often say that a lot of goalkeepers do start their career in front of goal, playing as some sort of striker.
And why would they then want to go in the goal, James? Tell me.
Well, I never answered the question personally.
You are a goalkeeper. I think goalkeeping reminds me of in cricket as a wicket keeper. You just, I mean, unless you just want to be in the game in terms of, in terms of the football, you're not in the game. But and then if you make a mistake, the team can lose 1-0. If you're a striker, you can throw it 10 goals and then suddenly score, and you're still a hero. But Marvin Phillips has been absolutely a brilliant servant for Trinidad and Tobago's football.
Oh, here we go, Benny. Tried to get past Cornwall, but Cornwall has been really solid in the left back position for point 14. That one was again well cut out. Here's Etienne charging forward, spots the run of Akinola Gregory. Can he get space to deliver a good cross in? Or at the far post? And a bit high, but he's done well. And it's back with Port of Spain. They're grateful to have that ball back in possession. But scrap that. It's back with point 14. Pacheco, pass cut out. Oh, that's a good pass to Gregory again, finding some joy. And it's a high challenge. And I'm quite surprised that there's no whistle, but here comes AC Port of Spain. Thought that the left boot left the ground.
Well, very interesting that the referee is not to call that. I thought there was some contact, but the referee obviously felt that there was no contact. Let's have a look. Well,
his boot did leave the playing surface. 8 out of 10 times that might have been called, not this time. Yes, Shea Benny. Nice bit of link-up play here, can get them in behind. And they get in behind, and Marvin Phillips is called into action. And like the Rock of Gibraltar, he's still standing. And the scoreline remains 1-1.
I tell you, Stevens, he was the one who went down on that challenge a little earlier. But here, let's have a look at this from Marvin Phillips. Excellent bit of goalkeeping. He covered that first post, which was so very important.
Well, they will have another opportunity to come at the Trinidad and Tobago #1 goalkeeper, Marvin Phillips. This one floated on top of the area, goes for a volley, and well, he connected well, but the reception was anything from clear. And will be point 14's turn to reset their attack. He's trying to play it out of the back. It's Hudson. Jordan Riley.
That's good football, and this could be problems.
Riley in a good area, and he's walked that into the back of the net. The substitute, Akinola Gregory, sends a kiss to his supporters back in point 14, and he says, "This is for you. This is for you," courtesy Deportivo, as they take a 2-1 advantage.
There goes Riley's. Play the ball. This is getting the return ball and getting the better of the defender, and what a good ball inside. All Gregory had to do was basically walk it into the goal, which he did. Excellent and brilliant bit of football. In the meantime, we see a substitution is going to be made. With that goal, AC Port of Spain quickly making the substitution.
So it's a change for AC Port of Spain. They need to change things up as
Edwards, the man
shooting.
coming out.
And another young player coming in for Athletic Club. Ethan Carter. He makes he gets his first appearance in this evening, and Carter says goodnight. Here's the goal scorer, Akinola Gregory. Came in as a replacement for Shaquille Henry, and what an impact he's made so far. But what an impact this man is having. Here's Ramsey to Gregory. Oh, he tried to be clever with that pass, almost succeeded. Well defended though by the substitute. So the incoming substitute, Keaton Carter, already called into service, and he's denied them so far. Here's Cornwall. Here's Benny. And he's just run out of real estate, and that will be a throw to point 14. Here's Gregory. Turning, weaving. He's got two to deal with. Clever footwork that he can't get past them. They still keep it alive. Here's Ramsey. Oh, that's a good turn, but he's run into some trouble. And the chase will be on. Should be easy for Etienne. Well, as cool as you'd like from the big man.
Great defending, because there was trouble at the back, and had he missed that ball, AC Port of Spain could have been in.
Oh, he's such a cool player, Etienne. One time was considered one of the best local players playing on home soil, Andre Etienne. Did win the CONCACAF, or took part in the CONCACAF Champions League with W Connection. Was a big part of Central FC's success as well.
In the meantime, James Benny is getting some treatment there. He again looks like cramp. So we're going to see, you know, it's like a recurring decimal here, because a lot of these players are going to go down with cramp, muscle injuries, and you got to feel for them.
So Alec Benny was just been ruled off of the playing service so that they can continue. A younger brother of Shea Benny. But play will continue with Andre Pacheco. It's Cornwall. Charges forward Cornwall. He's got some space to navigate, and he's gotten Gregory in, but the flag goes up. Will be offside.
Moved a little too early. Good bit of movement again down the left side by Cornwall, but I think it was it Gregory who had gone too early.
I'll tell you what, Colin Murray, I think that Benny might be needing a bit more treatment than first expected, as there's lots of movement on the sidelines. Deportivo, point 14, seem to be...
Yeah, they're making a substitution as well.
In the meantime, they go in search of more goals. They lead by 2-1. Easily bumped off from Athletic Club. Oh, he's lost that in a bad area. Here's Isaiah Hudson. And they come away with Shea Benny. Oh, that's a good turn, but he's given away possession. It's Kessa. It's a free kick though. Oh, they're taking their time to get this one going, but they do find some joy down the left-hand side. It's back inside the area. Chance for a shot. Well cut out by Wesley John.
It's Carter's first touch, isn't it?
Away by John. Pacheco gives it back to Sion Thomas. Here's Carter. He's looked lively since coming on, Carter, on the right-hand side of the attack. And finally, that change that I was talking about will be made. And
John Wesley. John Wesley, the man coming on.
And out comes the hard-working Ezekiel Kessa. So Kessa had a solid night. He has been replaced by John Wesley. Yes, Shea Benny looking to get some space going forward. Turned himself into trouble, but he managed to keep it. I'll tell you what, they're still playing with 10 men at the moment, AC Port of Spain.
Alec Benny is actually being substituted, James.
Yeah, I think he's going to come off.
Yeah, and the man who's replaced him looks to be is Is it Kyle Bartholomew? Kyle Bartholomew.
So still with 10 players on the field. And it seems to be the end of the evening for Alec Benny. He will play no further part in the match. But here's Port of Spain. So that change has just been made out your picture. It's taken really quickly. So Kyle Bartholomew is in for Alec Benny. Looked really lively all evening, Benny, at the top of the attack for Port of Spain. Yes, Etienne. He's coming forward now to Mark Ramdeen.
Another good ball, isn't it?
Riley. It's a burst of pace. Wasn't successful this time. Heavy touch, but they keep possession. Cut out. Bundle out of possession. And will be a foul against Athletic Club. Again, Etienne not afraid to get in the mix of anything rough and rugged.
The thing is, though, Deportivo Point Fortin, they've got no more substitutions. So they've got to be careful because we've still got, what, about 20 minutes left in this game.
Here's Athletic Club. They're building momentum. Point Fortin, they lead by 2-1. Quite content to allow the yellow shirts to come at them. Can't beat Wesley John in the air. Cornwall comes away with it. Ramdeen. Well, 50-50, but he's done well to hold on to possession, but he gives it away straight forward. Oh, that's a good turn as well. Can he get some joy here? Andre Pacheco, Wesley John. They've got a more settled look about them, Point Fortin, since Pacheco has come onto the field.
Another man down. Well.
And quite right about that.
I tell you what, though, as I just said, James, Deportivo, they've got no other substitutions. So if he's got to come off, they're going to have to play with 10.
I think it would be a big blow for them if Cornwall were to be replaced. He has been one of the best players together with this man, Mark Ramdeen, scorer of the first goal for Deportivo Point Fortin. And seemed to be at the heart of everything fun for them. Almost seemed to walk around the park, playing passes, and they're making challenges as well. That's what you want to see from the midfielders.
That's right. But he's in the game all the time and gets up to and gets the ball across. That's important. When you're playing that wide like himself and Jordan Riley, they've got to look to get that ball across to their strikers. But he's had an excellent game so far, Ramdeen. There's Terminex La Horquetta Rangers. They're warming up.
They're going to be next. Russ Russell Jr. and company, Atula Guerra. Host of big names. Here's Ramdeen.
I think with that game, it's going to tell us just how good police are.
Well, we'll find out. Ramdeen in a good area there. He goes to ground. And again, Quincy Williams says no foul. It's Pacheco. Manages to hold on to possession. Isaiah Hudson. Oh, that's a good turn from Gregory. Back to Pacheco. Yes, Hudson. Oh, that's a good run trying to find Gregory. Well cut out by Holder.
The idea was excellent, trying to just get it over the top of the defense for the run from Gregory. But Holder did well, anticipated the danger and came off his line.
Watch the line, watch the line.
Can they get some joy going forward? Not past Wesley John.
I think both John at the back, John and Etienne at the back, they've been excellent for Deportivo. Their positional play has been great. There's a great ball from Pacheco.
Yes, Jordan Riley, scorer of the creator of the second goal for Point Fortin. done well there to get it to Carter. Can he get out of trouble? Well, got his wires crisscrossed and gave away possession. Now, I'm really hard pressed to pick out a top player in this match. Now, it's easy to pinpoint Mark Ramsey as perhaps the best player on the field, but I think that Cornwall, defensively as well, has been... I'm hard pressed to leave him out of the conversation as to one of the better players on the field for Deportivo.
Yeah, he's been good. I think John has been good. Etienne has been good. I thought defensively they've played well. But, you know, when I look at the sort of play from Ramsey, you know, his carrying of the ball, his crossing of the ball, his shot to score the goal, I think he got Deportivo off and running. It's a foul.
Bit of rough play from Wesley John. And gives a free kick opportunity for Athletic Club. No surprise, Shea Benny is the man standing over it. His mission to beat that man in goal, Marvin Phillips.
I doubt he's gonna go from goal from this angle.
But he certainly got lots of yellow shirts in the area. 6 yellow shirts. Hoping to get at the end of Benny's cross.
He's got to get it inside the box. So for someone maybe at the far post to run onto it.
Got to contend with the big frame of Wesley John and Andre Etienne. Can Shea Benny conjure up something for AC Port? It's been a free header at the back door, and it's in.
What a ball! What a header! No, James, I was talking about Shea Benny getting this ball down to the far post. It was a pinpoint across onto the head of that man. Let's see.
Who won the ball? He won the foul initially, and well. He got at the end of it as well.
Look at that ball. Look at it. Down to the far post, coming in at the back, and the header was just as good as that cross ball. What a ball from Benny. What a header. What a goal. 2-2.
Very, very good goal from AC Port of Spain. A goal scored by Kyle Bartholomew, a substitute. Won the foul and benefited from it. So, all to play for. 2-2 now between Point Fortin. He looked in control of the match for long spells, but Shea Benny has certainly conjured up some magic and put them right back in contention.
You know, you got to give AC Port of Spain a lot of credit. You know, when you think they're down and out and they're not going to get back in the game, they suddenly come back into this game. They did it in the first half. They started well. They went 1 goal down, and you thought, well, Deportivo is going to hold on. They came back. They equalized. Second half, same thing. I thought at the moment they equalized here, Deportivo was starting to create gaps in their defense. You thought Riley one side, Ramsey on the other, and then going through the middle was Gregory, and you felt that Deportivo was starting to control the game. But credit to AC Port of Spain. And we talked about the left foot of Shea Benny as well. You know, a beauty of a cross, pinpoint onto the head of Bartholomew.
Well, here comes AC Port of Spain. Pumped up after that equalizer from Bartholomew. This time we run into trouble. McLean. And
that's a good tackle.
Tough looking tackle from CEEN Thomas, the skipper. And puts a man down. He's signaling at the bench for some treatment. And well, they've got no options on the bench, meaning they've used up all of their 5 substitutes.
But that was a tough tackle, a fair tackle. But and that's what we've been seeing. We saw it last week with Defence Force, with Canopia. We saw it with all the teams last week. Tough tackling. You know, the players not giving each other a chance to breathe. And here we're seeing the same thing with these 2 teams. Good, hard tackling. It's, again, a very good competitive game, James.
So good to see that they can still play it in good spirits despite the competitive nature of the game. Ramsey having some...
He's smiling with Carter, probably what's saying him, well, I'm going to go past you just now for the third goal.
Players, of course, would have known each other playing in the Youth Pro League competition. Many of these players would have participated in that competition. Well, he still looks in some discomfort at the moment, Jeremiah Kessar. And Point Fortin will be forced to play with 10 players in the interim. Etienne asking for movement. Picks out Cornwall. Well, he does manage to keep it. It's Ramsey. And that is illegal, says the referee. Nicole Stevens a bit over-exuberant with the challenge. Well, that's a good turn from Gregory. Can't get past the yellow shirts, booted away. Giovanni Warner sent into dangerous areas to Dale McLean.
Of course, James, the airport is pretty close to the ground, so suppose a plane either taking off or landing. Yeah, you would, as a former pilot, you would think it's going off.
Well, I did complete one of my bucket list items. I flew a small aircraft for my birthday in February.
I hope nobody went with you.
Well, we came back.
Nobody was that brave with it.
We landed, most importantly. I was concerned myself for a few. But the atmosphere certainly is building here in La Horquetta. The crowd pouring in, of course. The home team, La Horquetta Rangers, they're up next. They're going to be facing off against second place Police.
I'm really looking forward to that encounter. And just for the sake of there's some of the crowd, and by the time the second game starts, it's going to be really building even more. You notice somebody in the crowd there?
So Kishon Sicharan.
Okay.
Surprised to see him not in the squad list. Of course, he's a part of the Rangers team, a former national youth player. And of course, we just saw the rhythm section men.
Yeah, we haven't heard from them for the night. Bet your life when the second game starts, we're going to hear a lot more of them and from them.
Yes, Pacheco looking for Ramsey. And, well, another tough tackle from the captain, CEEN Thomas. Sends him flying. He's a big boy, CEEN Thomas. He's not afraid to get into rough situations.
And when you look at him and you look at the size of Ramsey, it's a little bit of a mismatch.
I think that's an understatement to say that. David versus Goliath. Of course, we know the end of that story.
Very true. And could happen here tonight as well.
Long throw in. Booted away by AC Port of Spain. Yes, Wesley John. He's tempted to go back to his goalkeeper. Just losing his footing there, and John has to get in, and boy does he get in. Sends his man flying there, taking no prisoners.
Oh, that's a good ball. Excellent ball, but Riley just couldn't control it for himself.
Oh, Riley's almost disposed like a paper towel there by the defender. Here's Shea Benny looking to open up the park. He does open it up.
Ooh, I thought that was a foul.
Wesley John comes away with it. Carter giving chase. And John eventually goes to ground. And wins a foul for Point Fortin. It's been big and solid all evening, Wesley John. And just losing out to the younger, fresher legs of Carter. But Wesley John certainly has, he's been around. He's played in Turkey, Belarus, Uzbekistan, Latvia, El Salvador, certainly has been. Started his career at W Connection. Wealth of experience, and he's back at home representing his home community. Here's the big frame of CEEN Thomas. Well, they're coming away now, looking to mount an attack of their own. Couldn't pick back out Benny. Yes, Pacheco. Bit too straight maybe, but he's found his man well. As he Akinola Gregory tries the shot deflected, and what a save that was. Although the referee's whistle did go belatedly, I'm not quite sure what he signaled.
It's a corner. He's giving a corner.
Well, it seems to have gone out, but what a save was.
Oh, excellent. I don't think the deflection came. And Holder, let's have a look. Brilliant ball. And there is the cross and the deflection. Well, was that Etienne with the deflection? But the keeper was absolutely, not Etienne, sorry, it was Thomas with the deflection, and Holder was brilliant.
Long ball at the back door, couldn't find a yellow shirt. And a bit of pushing and shoving. So it will be Athletic Club to come out of that one. You can just see the exhaustion on the face of the players.
We heard some, I'm not sure if some of the bad language was picked up in our microphones, and we do apologize for any bad language that had come through our mics.
Here's Carter. Has been lively since coming on. Good looking ball cut out by Etienne. Was a bit flat there, Point Fortin. Almost forced to pay. Will be a throw to Port of Spain. Just a bit of rain coming down here in La Horquetta. Had drizzled earlier prior to the start of this match. Shea Benny.
It's a good ball. Benny so far has been commanding in the middle and spreading the ball left to right.
Well, more space opening up for AC Port of Spain. Couldn't get past Cornwall that time. Well, they keep possession. Point Fortin just losing some steam in the legs at the moment as the younger legs of Athletic Club, they come into play. I think they've done well, the young men at Athletic Club, coached of course by Gilbert Bato, the father of former Trinidad and Tobago international captain Sheldon Bato.
Well, another player is down.
His daughter Tiana Bato as well would have represented the female national team. And well, that's for the first time this evening. The right back, Jeremiah Kessa, has to receive some treatment. But how important was this moment from Shea Benny? Substitutes combining well to give AC Port of Spain a well-deserved equalizer in this match and put them in contention.
But what a beautiful ball from Shea Benny. He knew exactly where he wanted to put it, going to the far post, and Bartholomew coming in with the header and went for the far corner, and he timed his jump well, and he put the header into the far corner. Excellent goal. But what a ball from that man, Shea Benny. Couldn't understand how they didn't start with him. He was on the bench, and that really surprised me.
So play restarts. AC Port of Spain trying to find some space. They've broken one line. Try to go forward and overhit. And just couldn't get at the end of that one. So they gift possession back to Point Fortin. Mark Ramdeen is gone a bit quiet in the last few minutes.
Haven't been able to get the ball to him. They've not been able to spread the play and get Mark Ramdeen into the action. They need to do that.
So here's Carter. Perhaps one of the reasons that Ramdeen has been so quiet in the second half. It's been solid since coming on for Athletic Club. It's Carter.
Good tackle.
And again, Ramdeen can't get it away, but they have won a throw.
How are we going to see a winner from either of these teams? It's been a good, hard-fought encounter. And really and truly, at this point in time, you have to say it's a fair result. I don't think both teams have given their all. They took their chances, and both have scored good goals.
Well, the clock is winding down here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground. It's all square between AC Port of Spain and Deportivo Point 2 goals apiece. Can somebody snatch a winner late in the contest? Andre Pacheco would like to headline that narrative as he lines up a free kick. Sent the big man forward, and this one is floated in. Should be an easy catch for the goalkeeper. Back in the air, and
what a good
away
take.
Jordan Riley. But he's trying to use the burst of pace, and he's really quick. Gets it back and puts it in a dangerous area. And Gregory couldn't wrap his foot around it. But has he won a corner? It seems he has. He has won a corner.
But what a good take from Riley, wasn't it? He took it down nicely, went down the line with it, trying to get it the cross in, which is what he's been doing most of the evening. Excellent ball coming across.
So it's another opportunity to get the big men into action. Ramsey stands over it. They've got Etienne, they've got Pacheco, they've got John in the area. And John goes up, and his header is deflected as he won another corner. He has, and it's another opportunity. Well, the showers have intensified here. Pouring now at the La Horquetta venue. Ramsey, another good-looking ball. Aimed in at Etienne, he gets a head on it and couldn't direct it on target. And it will be Athletic Club that gets off the hook.
He was just too much over that ball, wasn't he? Just needed to just back a little bit to get the header in. But by the time he jumped, he was too much over the ball and just couldn't get the header in. More or less just slid off the top of his head.
Well, he's run into some traffic there. Kept it. Given away. Some tired legs and show. Passes not connecting as frequently as they did early in the match. It's Etienne. Wesley John. Such a leader in this team, Wesley John. Didn't lead by example on that occasion. AC Port of Spain trying to build up from the back.
That's a foul.
And well, Carter, he's had that battle going all evening, and this time Akinola Gregory saying he's had enough, sent him flying, legally so. Really late there in that challenge. Yeah, Shea Benny. He's conjured up one magical moment so far. Can he get another? Maybe too long. It is too long. It's .14 goal kick.
The rain is coming down much harder here now. But it's going to be interesting what it does to the field for the second game.
Well, it is a good surface here in La Horquetta. And it's a surface that has held up well in the past. Shouldn't affect the playing conditions too much if the conditions do not intensify any more than this. I'll tell you what, the clock winds down. We're looking for a hero. So far, Mark Ramsey seems to stand out.
He's had a quiet second half, but I still think he's done enough in the game to warrant him being my man of the match, James. He's taken a couple good set pieces and he's knocked the ball around nicely for Deportivo. Here's another chance.
Riley trying to open up some space for Gregory. Again, cut out. Shea Benny would like to put his handle on that title as well if he can help his team conjure up perhaps a winner. Here's Etienne. Gregory. It's come a bit deeper, and that's a careless giveaway from the defender. Struggled with injury all evening. As he got himself in a good position, has gotten the better of Etienne. And, well, he went to ground rather easily. Too easily for the liking of referee Quincy Williams. Andre Pacheco. Mark Ramdeen. It's Cornwall. It's gone across to the right back position. And, well, he's gone to ground. To show any of the players would mind having a quick break. Riley perhaps protesting that a bit of time wasting in effect. Not sure anybody else would mind too much. It's been an intense game for the most part. Players always enjoy having a rest period. Well, they're certainly taking their time to get play restarted.
Yes, I think, as you quite rightly said, I think they're just very happy to just take a little bit of a breather. It's been that type of game. It's been very intense. It's been a real battle between two evenly matched teams.
Shea Benny couldn't turn his way out of that traffic. But he gets back possession now. Can he create something? Not this time. But he's pushed up in a more advanced position as Riley uses his pace yet again to good effect, and this time he couldn't keep it in. But how about that from Jordan Riley? He certainly has exploded with at least 3 moments that I can remember.
Yeah, he's had a much better second half, hasn't he? He's been much more into the game. I think he's been getting the balls to his liking. You know, they've been playing it just through the defense that he can run on top. And that's how he loves to play. In the first half, I thought he didn't have that room in which he was able to run on to balls being played ahead of him. Second half, that has happened. Ramsey now, on the other hand, he's gone more into a midfield position in the second half, and I would have thought that his best position, there he is trying to get into the middle to put in a tackle, but I thought his best position is going wide on the left and really attacking and spreading the AC Port of Spain defenders.
Well, he certainly had more space, less space than the attacker found, and facing up there to the defender. No, he's had a busy night as well. Picked the ball out of his net on 2 occasions. And this one runs harmlessly out of play. Well, there can't be much minutes remaining. Very soon we should get a signal from the fourth official as to just how many minutes in this match remains. Still 2 goals apiece between AC Port of Spain and Deportivo. Can something happen here? Wow. Communication, quite similar to the Tower of Babel, speaking different languages.
Rain is still coming down here at the La Horquetta Rangers ground. Making conditions, it should be interesting, especially for game number 2, with these conditions, very, very wet conditions here now.
Here's Gregory.
It's going to make life tight for the defenders.
But I tell you what, the defenders are certainly enjoying the nice slippery surface. They're using it to put in some tackles. As 4 minutes has been signaled by the fourth official. So roughly 4 minutes of time remaining for either of these teams to try and probe a winner. AC Port of Spain drawing their first match.
Well, Deportivo should be, unless something happens in the last 4 minutes, should be getting their first point of the tournament. But I think they would be happy to get a draw. I would expect that they would have thought that AC Port of Spain had to come from behind twice. So they would be looking at their defensive mistakes that they've made in this game to allow AC Port of Spain back into the game.
Here's Athletic Club. Scott Carter overlapping. Shea Benny getting the attention of Pacheco. Sprays it across the field. They're piling bodies forward. They want to get something from this match. And, well, quite cheaply, conceding possession.
James, I'm not too sure of Ramdeen's position. He seems to have gone back into a midfield role, you know, and I just don't think that's his forte. He needs to play wide on the left. He's got a good left foot. He gets the ball across, you know, get him into that wide positions. There he is. Look how deep he is. Look at him. He's so deep, looking to try and create something for Deportivo, when you would have thought he should be more in the attacking third.
I think perhaps it's more by design than preference.
Well, I think they've obviously they were forced into some substitutions. So that's probably the reason why he's gone back into the midfield. But I just think, you know, he's such a dangerous player going forward, especially if he's being used wide on the left. You know, that he's going to create chances for you. I'm not sure. He's so deep here, you know, it's difficult to see him really carving out a chance for his strikers.
Well, here's something that we've seen over and over all evening. Another player having to receive treatment. And, well, it's quite been the road match of this event, as his evening has come to an end, as he will be substituted. So,
is that Warner? Warner, the man.
So Giovanni Warner
substituted.
His evening comes to an end, and he will be replaced for the closing few minutes of the match by Isaiah McLean. So Isaiah McLean will replace Giovanni Warner. Can either of these teams salvage a winner? Still level, 2 goals apiece. But here's Carter. He's done well to open up some space. Runs into Pacheco.
Held on to it too long.
Held on to the man as well. Free kick, tried to take it quickly, but denied.
Probably the last chance for Deportivo Point Fortin to get the winner.
They certainly got ambition. Point Fortin, they sent their central defenders forward in search of one last wave of the wand. Is this the moment from Andre Pacheco? Flicked on, and should be an easy catch, and Holder's quite grateful to hold on to that one. If the results stand, mightn't change the position of either of these teams much. Oh, that's Shea Benny. He's a magician.
He's looking for the shot.
And he's gone down, and the referee says that a bit of play acting involved.
He's gonna get booked.
He's testing his innocence, and well, he picks up a caution from the referee for his protest.
I think that's the first yellow card of the game. Shea Benny.
Can't remember seeing much yellow cards in this contest, and can't believe his luck as well. Shea Benny was certainly looking for something.
He's not happy with the referee, is he?
And I think the referee's right looking at that replay. Can Isaiah Hudson carve something open? Well, might have carved the door behind the goalposts, as the score remains level as both teams share the points in this first fixture here at the Larkota Recreation Ground. And at the end of full time, it is Deportivo Point Fortin 2, AC Port of Spain 2.
A very fair result, I think. No team really dominated. And I think a 2-all is a quite a good reflection of this game. You know, you looked at Deportivo, they started quickly, but AC Port of Spain was the one really getting out of the blocks first, and they looked the more dangerous team. And out of nothing, Mark Ramdeen scored the first goal for Deportivo, and the equalizer came from AC Port of Spain. Beauty of a goal at the far post, and they went in 1-1 at half-time. And in the second half, more of the same, Deportivo going ahead 2-1, and the equalizer coming from AC Port of Spain. A beautiful free kick from Shea Benny was headed in at the far post. Let's have a look at the highlights of this encounter. There is the first goal, really the shots coming all from all angles, and then Mark Ramdeen running onto it, and he really smacked it. What a hit from him. Hit the top of the net and went into the goal. A beauty of a goal from Mark Ramdeen. He was a danger all first half. In second half, he changed position slightly, but he was a real danger. And then the volley coming there from Holder, just missing its mark. Ran on to that beauty of a cross ball. But all of a sudden, the AC Port of Spain team was trying to get back into this game, and they were carving out chances, and finally Charles was able to put it into the back of the net. Very difficult angle to beat Marvin Phillips, but was a wonderful goal from him, a well-worked goal, and he picked his spot and was able to get past Marvin Phillips. And then here comes Deportivo again in the first half. Very difficult angle was to put that ball into the back of the net, and the first half ended with 1 apiece. Then come the second half action. Again, Deportivo, how did that ball stay out? And AC Port of Spain did very well indeed to keep it out, and in the end the ball was saved from Holder, and another this time Marvin Phillips saving a good shot that was on target. But here goes Deportivo down the right side with Riley getting the ball across, and 2-1, a beautifully worked goal from Deportivo Point 14. And like that, in the first half, in the second half, they've taken the lead as well to make it 2-1, and one thought that could AC Port of Spain get back into the game. They certainly could have done. A beauty of a free kick from Shea Benny over to the substitute Bartholomew, and so the two substitutes combining to get the equalizer. And wonderful free kick down to the far post, headed right back across the face of the goal into the far corner by Kyle Bartholomew to make it 2 apiece. Excellent equalizer from AC Port of Spain. The question was, can any of these teams go on to win it? And the Deportivo again looking dangerous on that, coming forward, and nearly an own goal. So brilliant save there from Holder. Could have so easily could have been an own goal. So 2-2, I would think a fair result on the reflection of play by these two teams, AC Port of Spain and Deportivo Point 14. 2 apiece. Let's head down to James Saunders, who has the man of the match with him.
Well, that's right, Point 14. They took a point in the evening, but one man who certainly made a point on the field is our man of the match, Mark Ramdeen. Mark, congratulations. What do you thought about your performance today?
It was just the beginning of the season. Stick any mic. It's a bit slow for me like right now because we've been out of football for a while, but I think it was okay. Okay performance.
Happy with your team's performance this evening? It's your first points of the competition so far?
Yeah, it was good. Just a little. The guys are unfit. Football didn't play in a while, so.
Well, congratulations. We certainly enjoyed your performance, and we wish your team, Deportivo, more success in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Of course, that's Mark Ramdeen, our man of the match. And now we hear from the coach of Deportivo Point 14, Mr. Francis, is going to join me. And I'm sorry to keep you out in the rain this long, but of course, it's a night of celebration. Your team got their first point. What do you feel about the result?
Well, I'm a bit disappointed seeing that we led twice. You know, I thought we could have bring it home. But all in all, I think we had a good run out, and I am comfortable. I think I'm comfortable with this one.
Now, I listened to your pre-match comments, and you spoke about the lack of preparation. Do you think that still hampers your team? We saw some injuries.
Yeah. We're still hampered by that. Probably what we do in playing these matches is actually practice games. You know, I mean, based on the preparation we had, you know, limited preparation, but we're gonna get it right. This was a far better game than the last one, so we've seen some good signs.
Well, I'm sure the folks back home are going to be happy with the point. Thank you so
we
much,
have a point to carry down point. We're good with that.
A point to carry point. Thanks so much.
All right.
All right, so now we hear from the winning coach or the assistant coach of the evening, Mr. Walt Noriga, and he's going to join me anytime soon. And congratulations to your team. 2 points in 2 matches. Is it a result that you're happy with?
For the preparation, yes, I'm satisfied that the boys, although we was down twice in the game, that they showed their character to stay in the game and get back the goals on them.
What's next for your team? You're 4th right now.
We'll just keep working on it, working on the guys' fitness, because the boys and them short of fitness, so all we're asking for them is to stick to the game plan and we take it game by game.
Well, congratulations. Thank you for giving us an entertaining evening as I send it back upstairs to Colin Murray.
Right,
Thank you very much, James. Well, we've heard from the man of the match, the 2 coaches, a draw, an entertaining draw here between Deportivo PF and AC Port of Spain, a 2-all game, and I think at the end a deserved point for both those teams. So let's take a break and then we'll come back for action in game number 2 here this evening, the big one. La Horquetta, Terminex La Horquetta Rangers, they're coming up against Police FC. What a game we expect. We'll be back for that encounter.
Yeah, we're hearing you. Okay. Yeah, Jabari, will you? Shalary, when is TV6 joining us? Okay. Okay, so what we're doing here, we're starting with what? Welcome back to the picturesque La Horquetta Recreation Ground. Ascension tournament action here on Sportsmax, as we also welcome our viewers live on CCN TV6 in Trinidad and Tobago. We're ready for match number 2 of the evening. Terminex La Horquetta Rangers, the home team, they're going to be coming up against Police FC, who currently sit in second position in the competition. My name is James Saunders, and joining me in commentary is Colin Murray, as we bring you all of the action, and this match is expected to be a cracker. But before that, we did speak to some of the coaches. Police FC's coach, Richard Hood. He's excited to be back on the pitch after 2 years of downtime. He's also hoping his team's fitness improves over the next few weeks.
We have had 2 years, more or less, of inactivity. It has set back the country tremendously in our football, and I mean at all levels, particularly the youth programs. So it's really good that we are able to get back on the field. You know, we are excited. We are looking forward to getting back out there and basically doing the thing that we love. I would say that on opening day we probably would be about 75 to 80% fit. As a coach, we are never really satisfied with whatever preparation that you have. Ideally, we would want to have a minimum of 6 weeks. You know, fortunately, we are going to be allowed to do to have 5 substitutions, so that would be a little helpful. In terms of the physical part, tactically, it should not be too much of a problem, because we have a core of players that I've been working with for the past few years. For the most part, they will be very accustomed to our style of play. All right, just to get the sharpness in there. All right, by opening day time, it's not going to be perfect, but for the most part, I would say we ought to have the willingness, right, to get out there and work hard for the team.
Police coach Richard Hood giving his thoughts on the match. And a return to the pitch, a return to optimal fitness, some of the continuing talking points in the early stages of the Ascension League. Captain Adrian Fonset and attacking midfielder Jabari Mitchell, will they share their thoughts on the squad and their goals?
First and foremost, we needed to get back being physically fit, you know, so that was taking a bit out of us, getting the body back to where it needs to be to perform at the best level. The vibes around Police FC has always been good, you know, everybody here, we are all friends, a family, so it's easy for us. And yeah, we're just looking forward to the first tournament of the year. We have a lot of new faces, you know, a lot of new players, some new staff, so they're going to be seeing something they've never seen before. What would define success for me and my team, other than winning, would be playing the best level of football that we could play, you know, putting the things that we've done on the training field into games and progressing from there, you know, playing good quality football.
Around the team, the vibe has been very good thus far. Everyone is eager, everyone is determined to prepare in the right way to come out victorious when the tournament starts. So everything is good thus far. Well, we have a lot of skillful players heading into this tournament. We also are a very aggressive team, so that works in our favor a lot. So I think that's the 2 top attributes of this team. Like any other team, we would like to come out on top, but playing the way we want to play will be defining success for us, because we have a plan going into the tournament, so we would like to execute that plan to the best of our ability.
Well, we've heard the thoughts of Police FC. They will have a challenge in their hand coming up against the home team, La Horquetta Rangers, and it is time for action here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground, as the referees lead the troops out, of course, La Horquetta Rangers in white coming up against Police, who will be playing in grey this evening. La Horquetta Rangers, of course, formerly superstar Rangers and the St. Anne's Rangers. The 45 years of history for this team, while Police FC sharing equally long amount of years, 47 years. Jabari Bryce will be in goal for Terminix Lockett Rangers. He's got Ross Russell Jr., Javon Morris, Leslie Russell, and Caleb Sturge in defense. Captain Jamal Creighton will anchor the middle together with former national youth player Ikem Andrews and Riel Gill getting his first start in the competition. Atula Guerra, the Trini Ronaldinho, he will lead the attack together with Isaiah Lee and the goal scorer Tyrone Charles from the last match. And for Police FC, they will be led in goal by national goalkeeper Adrian Fonset. Keyshawn Hutchinson and Elijah Belgrave, the veteran, they would steady the defense. Simeon Bailey, Salim Henry, Gabriel Nanton, they would add some steel in the middle, while Marcus Chandu, Kareem Freitas, the veteran, and Kadeem Hutchinson will be part of it. Jabari Mitchell, the former national player, together with Katie and Gabriel, they are on the bench as they boast of some depth. Colin Murray's alongside me, and what a cracker we have in store this evening.
Oh, no doubt about it. Police, of course, having won their first game 3-0, they will be brimming with confidence there, and they've got another top goalkeeper in Adrian Fonset in goal. So, you know, you look at there is the officials.
And what an experienced bunch. Nikolai Nyron would be the head referee, and he's assisted by the experience of Caleb Wales and Ainsley Rochard. Combined years of experience officiating at the highest level, World Cup qualifiers in CONCACAF competitions. So it's a refereeing cast that certainly have been there and done that, and they can expect a feisty contest this evening. La Horquetta, as usual, bringing out the fans.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about it. I think La Horquetta, Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, they're going to have home advantage. The crowd is going to be behind them. I would think they would have some confidence, having played against Defence Force, having a good game against Defence Force, a game that could have gone either way. And they should be brimming their confidence level should be very high. And as I was about to say, they would be brimming with confidence as well. Police, on the other hand, they would, because of their first victory, and a victory by 3-0 against a team that we just saw in action, Deportivo PF, not a bad team. And for them to trounce them by 3-0, I think they would really be on top of the world, and they will think that anything is possible, even coming here and winning this game. They would think it's very real and very possible. But here we go with the kickoffs.
So Terminix in the white and Police FC in grey this evening. They've made 2 changes. Rial Gill coming into the team together with Tyrone Charles, who I think would have cemented his spot after his goal that gave them the equalizer against Defence Force in their opening match. So here comes Gill, and he loses possession as Police FC, they look to attack early. They, of course, led on the sidelines by Richard Hood, coach of international pedigree, has coached with the Trinidad and Tobago women's team, as well as the youth level for Trinidad and Tobago. He's got a big assignment this evening.
Certainly has a big assignment, and you know, you're pinpointing one player, but you look at a lot of these players at the back. Police, again, looking to hold the ball, work it from the back. The conditions are absolutely brilliant now for football, because with the rain we've had, it's the conditions underfoot just a little bit slippery, and it's going to be any nippy forward, any forward that can turn with the ball, he's going to create real problems for the defenders.
So here's Keyshawn Hutchinson, certainly taking his time about the build-up, and you can just sense a shift in the atmosphere here in La Horquetta. Every time the home team touches the road, as they say, the atmosphere is always charged up for action. Here's Ikem Andrews. Sturge gets it forward. Back to Sturge. That's a good turn. Can't get past the attention of the Police. And Andrews, well, he's won it back, and they look to break going forward. Well cut out, but they keep pressing. Here's Creighton trying to get it forward. And that one might just roll out for a corner. And it's the first corner of the match.
Actually, the assistant on the far side, James, he signaled a goal kick. So it's going to be a goal kick for the police.
Well, I think that surprised everybody. The La Horquetta players seem content to let it roll out of play. Of course, the referee in full command.
And let's have a look here now, James, at the formation of La Horquetta. They're allowing police to come out with the ball. All 11 are in their own half of the field. So they're giving the police, they're saying to police, okay, you play the ball out from the back. You knock it left to right, right to left. And they're just waiting in for them to enter the La Horquetta Rangers half of the field before they start to put pressure on them. And there we look at it, They're just knocking the ball from side to side.
They want to show what police can do?
Well, it's quite obvious. All the Horquetta Rangers is allowed.
Well, they found some space here. A cut back. Can he get a shot away? Does get a shot. It's deflected, or has it? Referee says it's a goal kick, and a real opportunity opening up for police.
And what was nice about that is the quickness of the turnover for police. They were knocking it at the back, and the Terminex La Horquetta Rangers was allowing them to do it. And all of a sudden, they played the ball into the La Horquetta Rangers half, and then one ball up the line, cross ball coming in. Lovely bit of play from police. It just, the control, I think it was, it looked to be Nanton, didn't have the control to get the shot off properly, but a good start from police.
Well, it's bundled over there, Tulagera, and just went through his back there. The number 28, man dubbed the Trini Ronaldinho. He's always been an exciting player in terms of his skill and technique.
Of course, the rhythm section they have started as effervescent as they did last week, and we expect for the entire game we're going to hear that rhythm section. There they are, the Terminex La Horquetta Rangers rhythm section. James, maybe at halftime you can go and have a dance or something.
Maybe we can do the halftime show. Never know.
We?
Well, it's difficult to compete with what the competition is. Somewhere sitting in that stance.
But look at the crowd, how it's built up nicely.
Terminex girls are somewhere around. But here the boys, as Ike Andrews powers this one in at goal, and it's headed wide. And, well, they've come really close there. Javon Morris notes, in fact, the Rangers getting the first real chance. Leslie Russell, the defender. First real chance, couldn't pin the Donkey's tail. Well, Fonset is wondering, where did the ball go? Seems to have...
A souvenir for one of the spectators.
I'm going to be happy if I got a souvenir.
But I tell you, so far, it's there's the crowd, and we expect to see another big crowd tonight. It was a huge crowd last week against Defense Force, and I expect it's going to be another huge crowd here.
Well, there we go. The ball is finally back. Lost ball doesn't count in this type of competition. This is a long searching service headed away by Javon Morris. Oh, that's a good turn. But he loses possession. Back with the grey shirts of the police.
Hutchinson. Again, we're going to see a lot of balls being played. Hutchinson to Cable. And then, of course, to Belgrave. They're going to just hold on to that ball. And then all of a sudden, a quick ball up into the Terminex Rangers defense, putting them under some pressure.
Well, that's a bad giveaway there. Marcus Chandul manages to keep it for police. Yes, Salim Henry lost that battle with Atula Guerra. Yes, Lee gets it across to Gill, and he can attack with pace. Gill. Oh, that's a good ball in, and wow, that flashed really close to the far post. Adrian Fonset seems to know little about it. but he does know much about what went wrong, and he's pointing that out to his defenders.
Well, I don't think he had a chance with that. If it could have nestled into the far corner, but a good bit of football from Guerra. Guerra picking it up, going wide, and then getting the ball over with skill. And certainly that could have easily nestled into the back of the net. But here goes the police, just knocking it at the back. You're going to see a lot of that tonight.
So they're employing a medium block. The La Horquetta Rangers quite content to allow police to build up to the halfway line. And I think it's a strategy that they might have learned after the Defense Force game that was played, with them pressing high and full of intensity. And, well, they certainly suffered on the pitch in the latter stages of the match because of it.
It's interesting, James, because I've noticed in the last couple of attacks, police have just started to play these long balls. You know, they started to try to knock it, to draw the Terminex Rangers players out of position. And they've kept their shape well in the Terminex La Horquetta Rangers. They've kept their shape well. And so what the police have decided to do, play a couple of long balls, trying to get it over the top of the defense.
Well, Ike Andrews tried to unlock the grey shirts, the prison the policemen set up for him, and he has won a foul. This one is switched across to Tyrone Charles.
There's the foul committed there on Akim Andrews.
Here's Charles looking for space. Picks out Sturge. That's a good turn inside from Andrews. They can get something from out wide, and a foot in from a white shirt would have sufficed, but it's away by police. And finally that one goes out into touch.
I tell you what's going to happen. They're giving too much room on that right side, and the balls are coming across, whizzing across in front of the police penalty area. If they don't cut those balls coming across, sooner rather than later, they're going to pay the price. And I would not be surprised, James, if Terminex La Horquetta Rangers takes the lead.
This is a long throw aimed in at Guerra. Rolls harmlessly away to the goalkeeper. Sends a long service. Sturge is up for this. He's up well. One back by Ike Andrews. Quickly forward. Can he pick out a white shirt? Unsuccessful on that occasion.
Looking for Isaiah Lee. Isaiah Lee, of course, former, again, another product of Naparima in the secondary schools league.
Here comes the police, trying to poke holes through the middle, and they found some joy outright. Oh, a wild swing there at the legs of Tyrone Charles. Didn't connect. Referee allows play to continue as police come away with it in a dangerous area. Maybe looking for a shot. They get a shot away, ill-directed, and should be an easy pickup for the goalkeeper.
Lack of control, unfortunately, there by Isaiah Lee, giving away the ball. His control let him down.
Here's Charles to keep it in. Likes running at players, Tyrone Charles, the ex-TNT international, and he has won a foul.
A good start to the game, isn't it? Both teams showing intent, trying to get forward, looking to create the chances. And so far, I like what I've seen of both teams.
Police. This time they get the attention of Lee, who retreats as they build up in the methodical fashion that we've seen all evening. Beated his man nicely. Well, you're seeing a white wall ahead of them, and they're having trouble picking the lock of the Terminex defense. Well, he's going to have some trouble getting up after that knock from Leslie.
Yeah, Leslie Russell just barging into the back of, let's see, the man down Freitas.
Kareem Freitas, of course, a big part of his police team, has been with the squad for quite a number of years. Well, these fans, they've been with this team since the switch to La Horquetta. Quite faithful bunch. And that's a good sign to see Freitas back on his feet. This is exactly what happened. Joel Russell just going through the back of the big man. Oh, quite interestingly, Colin Murray, he pleaded his innocence. Even the guilty.
Most defenders do, don't they?
Think of O.J. Simpson. So it's a congress between Chandul.
The question is he going to go for goal from here?
And Nanton. Chandul. Oh, that's clever. And, well, the end product was not well because it didn't end well.
The idea was good. Unfortunately, the execution left quite a lot to be desired. He had three options: go straight to goal, play it wide, or get it into the box. The option he chose was not a bad option, except the ball just didn't come across on the face of the goal.
How good was this man in the opening match against Defence Force, Jabari Bryce? He's been solid. Looking to find Creighton. Does well to get it to Ike Andrews, who tries a shot from distance.
Wow.
You might question his intent, but he has scored some scorchers from distance in the past.
Well, that, James, had to be a scorcher because he was all about, what, 35, 40 meters out. That had to be, I mean, pinpoint. But he took the opportunity. He had some room, took the opportunity, but it was always going to be a difficult one to beat Fonset from that distance. Any goalkeeper with any quality, you're not going to beat him from 40 yards unless it's an absolutely pinpoint shot.
Well, they come away with it. Long-looking service. And Javon Morris passed that test.
So what police are trying to do now, they're seeing this wall, as you said, in front of them. They're looking to play these long balls over the top of the Rangers' defense and hoping that their forwards can run onto it. Interesting.
Here's another veteran, Elijah Belgrave, represented Trinidad and Tobago at the youth level. And Caleb Sturge making sure there are no mistakes. Sends it out of the park. But I can tell you that just out of the picture, police coach Richard Hood isn't a happy man.
No, he's going berserk. He's shouting at a couple of his players, obviously not carrying out his instructions.
Well, that could have gone anywhere. Thankfully into the hands of Bryce, the goalkeeper, as they splice. Lands safely. Here's Russell. Bryce comes a long way out of his area. Sends Russell Jr. on his way. Long service. It's not going to catch the goalkeeper out. Fonset, a man of his experience. Has been the long-standing backup to Marvin Phillips. Adrian Fonset in the Trinidad and Tobago national team. Is Belgrave. Hutchinson.
This is what I would like to see from police. Keep knocking your ball. Create the space. Let your forward players run into spaces. All right, that's unfortunate. Slipped at the wrong time.
Ike Andrews tries to get it out. Creighton turns into traffic. Roadblock from the police as they push forward to Simeon Bailey. Can they get a good service in the area? But it does find its target.
That's a good block. Excellent block.
Tyrone Charles could be away here. He's 1v1, just the situations he likes. He's going past the man. Bit of a shirt tugging, but they managed to keep it. That was aimed at Real Gill. Never found its target as Morris tries to get Charles going, but slippery service. Not even Usain Bolt would have gotten anywhere close to that. Well, Kwamina, he's not pleased. I wonder what was the giveaway. how often have we seen them try those diagonal balls across to the left side in search of Kadeem Hutchinson?
And they really haven't worked, have they? They're playing these long balls because they're seeing a wall in front of them, so they're trying to go over the top of the defense for the wide men to run onto it. So if you're going to do that, you've got to pinpoint your crosses. You've got to pinpoint those long balls.
Well, the atmosphere certainly building in La Horquetta. Pounding rhythm, carrying the flow of the match. Very methodical, nice movement from police as they probe, trying to find holes in the defensive shape of the team in white.
Movement of the ball is important. Here's another long searching ball.
Well, Russell has to be careful. It's his second man he's sent to the ground, and the referee on spot waves it off. But he went in search of a teammate. No success, as it's all the way back. But he tried his luck, easily cut out, and the foul eventually goes against La Horquetta as they try to break quickly. Well broken up there. Heavy touch though from Nanton.
It's another foul. I think the game is just is the foul committed there by Belgrave, but I think the game, James, has lost some of its quality in terms of passing, and a lot of the balls now are being hit long balls and not finding its mark.
I think the low block of La Horquetta Rangers has contributed to that. Teams try to move the ball quickly to open up spaces behind. This one is pinned around and eventually gotten away by police as Russ Russell Jr. sends it all the way back to his goalkeeper, Bryce. Long ball forward, headed away by Elijah Belgrave. Good piece of skill. Here's Gabriel Nanton. He's looking for movement, Freitas. And Sturge does well to clear the danger. Yes, Belgrave. Nanton puts it in a good area. While police have struggled to break down the defense of La Horquetta Rangers, one wonders a team stacked with the attacking talent of Rangers. They've struggled to get the attacking players into really dangerous positions to hurt police so far this evening.
Well, they've had one or two good chances going down the right side, and the ball's coming across in the box, and one went pretty close to the far corner, but so they have had a couple of good chances, but I think most of the time the ball has been dominated by the police.
Oh, that's Javon Morris winning that duel with Gabriel Nanton. And this is clever. He's got Natula Guerra away, has he? And Guerra.
This could be a chance.
And it's a good save in the end from Adrian Fonset. Anticlimactic in the end from Tyrone Charles.
I thought he had time. Oh, that's a foul. I thought he had time James to bring that ball under control. He went with it one time. Now this is a wonderful break here. Look at the vision from Arturo Guerra. And look at that ball, a beauty. I thought he may have just touched it and then looked for the far corner. But he hit it one time. And of course, because he hit it one time, the control wasn't there. But what a good break from Rangers.
It's back with Police. Fonset a long way out of his area. Chandul couldn't find the movement of Freitas. Here's Guerra. Oh, clever turn from Guerra. Isenai Kim Andrews shoe. Real Gill is away. And can he get something from this? That's a great tackle.
I think it went out of play actually before Belgrave put in the tackle. But the counter attack in here from Rangers is really excellent. They're counter attacking well, and they're using the width in terms of Gill going down that right side and then getting the ball over. We saw Guerra did it just now. So if once the play breaks down, the Rangers are turning quickly into attack and putting Police under pressure.
This one is long, flicked on by Freitas. Not well directed, and will be another goal kick for Rangers.
Again, I'm not sure. I don't like Police playing these balls in the air. Keep it on the ground. Knock it around. The surface is good enough for you to knock that ball around. Get it to feet. Play the open spaces. Make the Rangers defenders work.
Yes, Tyrone Charles. Found a bit of space and he's put his captain
That's
through.
a penalty. That's a penalty, no doubt.
And the referee points to the spot. And, well, you just felt it coming from the time that Jamal Creighton turned into that space, that Police were in danger. And now they have to defend the penalty.
Well, there is the turn from, he was pulling the shirt there by Hutchinson. He just pulled Creighton back, and that was a penalty. No doubt about it. The referee had absolutely no hesitation. And again, we see the quick break from Rangers. The through ball played to Creighton, and he was pulled down. Now, let's see Fonset.
Against his national teammate, Arturo Guerra. These two would know each other very well from their time with the national team. As Guerra steadies himself.
Very confident is Guerra.
And he puts it away past the reach of Fonset to put the Rangers 1-0 ahead.
Yep, a good penalty. He put it to the left. Fonset went the right way. Got his hand, I believe he got his hand to it, but just couldn't keep it from going into the net. A well-taken penalty by Guerra. There he goes, a little chip, sends it into that. Oh, he didn't even get his hand to it. It was right in the corner. That's how you take a penalty. Excellent penalty from Arturo Guerra. Of course, a very experienced player and a very cool head.
So, Arturo Guerra in the 24th minute puts Timanex La Horquetta Rangers 1-0 ahead against Police. Will there be a response from the lawmen? Police, of course, in second position in the table after one round of matches.
And they've conceded their first goal. And also, it's the first time Rangers are ahead in a game.
Well, they're looking forward. The flag does go up in the end, and Chandul thought he was in the promised land for a second until he saw the assistant's flag. That's aimed at Tyrone Charles, but not even he can catch it. So Tyrone Charles has caused all sorts of panic. Was the lone goal scorer in their opening match against the Defense Force, and contributed significantly to the opening goal in this match. Well won by Serge. Yes, Ike Andrews couldn't turn away from his marker this time as Police get an opportunity to go forward. Foot race on now. Oh, I thought Guerra did well to keep up there. It's got some space, Chandul. But they've given us away, Bailey. Yes, Guerra. He's turned well. Finds Russell Jr. with some space, and he sends it into orbit. And, well, another good chance comes to North.
Yeah, another good chance. But again, you see the hustle from a Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, hustling the Police there, and the quick turnover.
Hutchinson. Bailey gets Cabby involved, the Raheem Cabby. Hutchinson looking for movement ahead of him. Well, they're just playing keep ball at the moment. Not really progressive with the passing.
And Rangers has no problem with that. They're allowing them to knock the ball around, keep it. It's when they get into the Rangers half, what happens from there. Good movement, good movement.
Here's Nanton, he sent his man slipping and sliding. Has he opened up some space? He has, but the course couldn't find a grey jersey until now. And the shot is quite wayward.
The shot coming from Nanton there certainly wasn't really in control. But that's what we're talking about. Good movement from Police. Knock the ball, get it wide, get it across. And that was good.
Well, they're quite content to build out of the back La Horquetta Rangers, despite the high press from the policemen. Sturge found himself in some trouble. Sturge. Have they cleared the danger? Not just yet. Here's Chandul. Oh, that's a good pass in from Chandul, and it could open up doors here. But what a save that was from the goalkeeper Jabari Bryce, together with Jevon Morris. Might have given up a corner, or have they?
It's a goal kick. But a good move there, but excellent defending. Because you felt at one point Freitas was in, and between the goalkeeper Bryce and of course Morris, he was just taken out of it. No foul as far as the referee was concerned.
Oh, some good defending by Jevon Morris.
Oh, it was.
He's a big guy, but he can get around the pitch. The nephew of former TNT Strike Squad captain Clayton Morris. Foul. And, well, if anyone knows what's illegal, it's the low men. And that one certainly legal from Terminix Rangers.
Morris in the last game, in the opening game, James had a lot of problems. He was seemed to have a lot of muscular problems, cramps, all sort of thing. So he had another week to train. Let's look at him today and see if he can last this 90 minutes.
Here's Russell Jr. Forced to head back in his direction, but then he sends it to Guerra. That's an excellent run from Guerra, but the whistle ends his joy. But a nice bit of movement from Terminix Rangers. What a pass from Russell, and movement from Atula Guerra.
Excellent football on the part of Russell, because at one point I thought he would have to go back to his keeper. Did well, turned and played a lovely ball to Guerra. Unfortunately, he went too early.
Elijah Belgrave just gives it away. Ike Andrews, 4 versus 2 in attack. Tyrone Charles tries to join in as well.
They give it away again. So Police guilty sometimes of giving the ball away And once they give it away, Rangers, boy, their counter-attacking is absolutely superb. They pick up the ball and 3-4 men are in just running at the Police defense. It's not the first time we've seen that.
Here's Tyrone Charles. He likes running 1v1.
Boy.
Heavy tackle though on Nanton.
That's going to be a yellow card. I'll be surprised if Charles doesn't get a yellow card.
Well, he is going to go in the naughty corner of the referee. Yep, those are going to get you booked in football matches. And
it's Tyrone Charles, the man there getting booked.
So he's been a good boy and a bad boy, all in the first half of action here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground. Of course, Terminex La Horquetta Rangers lead by a goal in the 24th minute from Atula Guerra. Played for Indy 11 in the USL.
It's Nanton there, just seems to be all right. Just getting a little bit of a knock in that tackle.
The Police with 10 at the moment. Nanton waving at the referee to allow him back into play. Caleb Wales is also trying to signal, but not spotted, so they continue to play with a man short. Finally, he's been allowed in. Just at the bottom of your screen.
Good movement from Police.
Belgrade, he
should have got
likes
the
to
ball
go forward, but
he had the chance, James, to get the ball over. Just never crossed it.
Such a decent utility player though, Elijah Belgrade. He's been played in almost every position on the field. Well, that's a giveaway. But they do find space out wide now for a cross. Away by Joel Russell. Here's Atula Guerra. Never looks hassled in possession, Guerra. Oh, that's another giveaway. It's Nanton. Does well to keep it. He's certainly working hard, Nanton. Can they get a cross in? A yard of space opening up. Can he pick out another grey shirt? Just short of the intended mark, but it's still with Police. Aaron Kennedy. Should be easy catch in the end for the goalkeeper.
Much too straight, the cross from Kennedy. When you get into those positions, as Kennedy just found himself, he had a lot of time, a lot of opportunities to find the target. So it was a poor cross in the end from him.
But he's taking his man to task, Tyrone Charles. The defender does well to contain him eventually. Caleb Sturge. Morris gives back possession cheaply and then returns at the end of it to win it back for La Horquetta. Ike Manju's in some trouble. And it's given away to Police, who can look to break here. No foul, says the referee. Here's Guerra. Ike Manju's. Good ball in for Real Gill. Doesn't get ahead of the defender. Wow, how about that for confidence from your goalkeeper?
Brazilian style, isn't it? I've only seen Alisson from Liverpool and Edison from Man City do things like that. It looks good when it comes off.
And when it doesn't?
Well, normally the ball is in the back of the net.
We saw the PSG goalkeeper with something similar. Wasn't quite as fashionable then against Real Madrid in the Champions League. Belgrade does well to stop it. Pass was firmly hit. Here's Hutchinson. Well, they are trying to move the ball quickly. You've got to give credit to Horquetta though for closing the spaces between the lines, not allowing players to get time and room to drop into those pockets. Bailey. Hutchinson with space to advance. Cut out. And Ross Russell Jr. will enjoy the break that he gets after being impeded.
I tell you what, that was an important tackle because Ross Russell was away and Charles was making the run on Guerra as well.
So this one goes in search of a Locker jersey and, well, tried to pin the donkey's tail, but was unsuccessful. But a chance certainly opened up there for the captain, Jamal Creighton. Not known for his goal-scoring prowess. He has netted a goal or two. So the clock winding down in the first half. Probably less than 6 minutes remaining in regulation. Stoppages to be added. Oh, that's a heavy touch, and it just gives it away to Guerra. Here's Ikem Andrews. He's been at the heart of every counter-attack. Real Gill can lose his man for pace here. Can he get a pass away, Real Gill? Oh, it's aimed in at the back door. Nobody home. And the police, they boot it away to safely. Only as far as Morris. Well, Gill has certainly caused lots of trouble with his pace on the right-hand side.
Yet again, we see Rangers going down that right side and causing problems to police. There is Gill just was in the picture, but every time, 9 out of 10 times, they're looking to go forward and they're counter-attacking quickly, going down that right side. And Gill has caused real problems for the police defenders.
Well, he's really quick, that man in your picture. Here's Kennedy. Hutchinson. Back to Fonset. Certainly gotten a lot of touches in this match, Adrian Fonset. Just trying to tempt the attackers of Rangers to come forward, pull them out of position. Here's Nanton. Well, he's done well. Looking for more movement ahead of him. Found it in Freitas. And, well, he's eventually chipped up Kadeem Hutchinson. And it will be a free kick and an opportunity for police to create something from a set piece.
Nice bit of movement there between Nanton, Bailey, and then, of course, Hutchinson. Now, are they going to go for goal here? They're in a good position. I would think maybe a left footer, James, trying to curl it over the wall into the top corner.
Well, Nanton certainly seems keen on having a go at this one. But I can tell you that Elijah Belgrade is another one that can smack it from set pieces.
And both of them got good left foot, don't they?
Well, both-footed Belgrade. Very good with both feet. I reckon, though, that Nanton is going to have a go.
Left foot over the top of the wall. Let's see.
Oh, that's a good one.
I called it, James Saunders. I called it. I didn't know Nanton was capable of doing it. But my, oh my, what a goal. What an equalizer from that man, Gabriel Nanton. A beauty, an absolute beauty. A free kick, left-footed, look at it. Curling away from Bryce. He had absolutely no chance. Absolutely no chance. Yes, you're right to shake your hands. You had no chance. No one can blame you for that. It was an absolute beauty of a free kick. And remember, he was the one who started the play for that free kick. He came back, he picked it up, laid it off for Bailey. Bailey played it to Hutchinson. Hutchinson, he got fouled. Free kick. Beauty. 41st minute. James, what a goal.
Well, he must have felt like that Buzz Butler statue in Faizabad there, Jabari Bryce. Never moved. And, well, Nanton opening things up. But Tyrone Charles can do the same at the opposite end. But Fonset, well, wasn't privy to that plan.
I can look at that goal, James, all week long. What a free kick.
Certainly one of the goals of the tournament that we've seen so far. Here's Freitas back heel, deflected, and he will win a throw.
Let's have a look at it again. And what it was curling away all the time from Bryce. Bryce just didn't have a chance. I think he said to his defenders, I couldn't get that. I mean, and you got to believe him. He had no chance.
Well, Atula Guerra does have a chance now to put his team back in the lead. Oh, and he's at the base of the post. Atula Guerra, how close was that?
He should have done better. He's really annoyed with himself. He knows he should have done better. But the entire Police defense was open. They went straight through the middle. He was lucky, actually, Guerra, to get the rebound. He tried to hit it first time as he went around the keeper. And there were two defenders on top of him as well. He hit, I think it struck a defender, went back to him, he got the rebound, took it a little wide, and just couldn't get it in between the posts.
Well, like a good lottery, but bought himself a ticket and, well, didn't take the chance.
Too easy, though, James, too easy. Just straight through the middle of the Police defense. I think the coach would be having nightmares if he has to look at that again.
Yes, Creighton brings this one under control. Attempting to find Charles. And will be a throw to the home team, the Horquetta Rangers. Just about 2 minutes of regulation time remaining. And very soon we should see the fourth official, as Tyrone Charles is flagged as being offside. So I'm told that there would be 1 minute, as is currently being confirmed by the fourth official. 1 minute of added on time in the first half. Scores level between Police and the Horquetta Rangers. Horquetta Rangers certainly had the opportunity to take a 2-1 lead into the halftime break. Atula Guerra's effort, striking the base of the upright. Yes, Ike Manjus. If anybody can unlock defenses, it's him. Real Gill off to the races. And this time, he runs out of options. And
he's won a corner.
Police run out of ideas in clearing it and give away corner.
And Gill is causing real problems going on that right side. His pace, his skill with the ball, his ability to run at defenders, he is creating real problems for the Police on down their left side.
Well, here's Ike Manjus, part of the under-20 team that won the Caribbean Championship. Can he find a man inside there? He does find one, and, well, he's found two, in fact, and both of them missed the target. And, well, they come close yet again. The captain, Jamal Creighton, getting the last go at that one. Not hitting the mark.
Thing is, Fonset was crowded out with that corner. He just had nowhere to go. There was loads of bodies in front of him.
Hutchinson. Bailey switches it across to Cabby. Looking for movement. Picks out Hutchinson yet again. And the referee picks the opportune moment to signal that it is halftime at the Lockita Recreation Ground. And it is Terminex Lockita Rangers 1, Police FC 1.
Excellent first half, I thought. Game picked up. I thought in the middle period it started well. In the middle period it just lost its way a little bit. I thought Police in particular started to try to play these long balls over the top of the Rangers defense. And when they lost possession, some quick counter attacks by Rangers put them under pressure. Gill on one side, Charles on the other side was running at the Police defense, and then you had Atula Guerra in the middle of the park. He was in the middle, striking, looking to go forward and create problems. But it picked up. It picked up again. Maybe midway of that first half, and the game really got into a climax here. But 1-1 at the moment. We're at the half. It's Terminex La Horquetta Rangers 1, Police FC 1. We're going to take a break and come back with some highlights of the first half.
Right, coming up we have the Ascension dancers and cheerleaders.
Welcome back here to the Terminex La Horquetta ground. It's halftime, and what a game we have. It's 1-1 at the moment between the Terminex La Horquetta Rangers and the Police FC. It's been a good first half. Let's have a look at the highlights. And the Police started pretty well. Couldn't get the shot in. And you look at this is Atula Guerra. He created real problems for Police, and I thought Charles had a lot more time. He could have taken that ball out under control, but here's the penalty. Creighton being brought down. He was pulled down by Hutchinson. He was away, and Hutchinson tugged at his shirt, and the penalty, cool as ice, is Atula Guerra just tucking it away from the goalkeeper to make it 1-0 for the Rangers. And this is Nanton with a shot, hitting it on the volley, was never really in control of it. And another opportunity for Rangers. Creighton again sending this ball right across the face of the goal, and Guerra just couldn't get there in time to put it away. Then the goal so far of the game, probably the goal of the two games we've seen. What a beauty from Nanton. It was a free kick, and he put it over the top of the wall. curling it away from goalkeeper Bryce. He had absolutely no chance, but Guerra had the opportunity to make it 2-1, and the ball hit the bottom of the post and went out for a goal kick. So that is the situation. It's 1-1 at halftime. We're going to take, well, we're going down to James. He's got with him Kenwin Jones.
Well, that's right. Thank you so much, Colin. Of course, I've got the best seat in the house, even though I'm standing next to a giant in the local game, of course, former Stoke City FC striker and coach of the national women's team, Kenwin Jones. Kenwin, how are you enjoying the atmosphere and the environment here in La Horquetta?
Well, it's been going well so far. Obviously, it's 1-1 now in this game. Hopefully, the second half could bring on some more events and we could have an exciting finish.
No, you know, I'm going to pick your bias here. You're a Point Fortin boy. What do you thought of the performance of Point Fortin?
I didn't think they did too badly. You know, you could tell that most of the players, obviously, they're not fully fit yet. When the time comes, probably in a few weeks or so, you'll see all the teams, you know, coming up to a certain level that you'll get more out of them, and hopefully they'll continue to grow from strength to strength.
Well, I know you've got lots of work coming up. You've got the women's team. You're heading off to Turks and Caicos, and then back in Tobago. Those qualifiers coming up. What's it feeling like in the camp?
Well, I'm excited. The coaching staff were excited. The players are excited to go into this leg of qualifiers. Obviously, it's, you know, that situation where it's do or die, and we're going to take, you know, each game as it comes. The intention is to win both games so that we can end up in the Women's Championship in July. And
I must ask you about Tobago as well. First time a women qualifier taking place in Tobago. What's it feeling like around that?
Oh, I'm happy. I'm happy. I wanted the first game against Nicaragua to play in Tobago because I think it's important that we help bridge the gap with Tobago. You know, they've felt neglected for a long time. Also, the women's team, the captain, the goalkeeper, you know, number 10 is from Tobago. So, you know, it will give them a huge lift, especially in that big game against Guyana.
All right, well, congratulations to you. Congratulations to the women. And, of course, we wish you best of luck. And we wish you luck with Point Fortin as well.
Thank you very much.
No, you know, the environment, it's so good here. You know, what are you going to do next? I mean, there's lots happening. There's live entertainment. What have you been doing since you've been here?
Well, I've just been looking at the games, you know, from an analysis perspective. I'm looking at the league and the players. Obviously, we haven't had football for 2 years, club football, that is. And now we're getting a chance to come back out. So it's good to see the players and the game as it stands. But, you know, afterwards, I'm gone. I have to prepare for camp.
Well, I'm glad that you said come back out because it's been so long since we've had football here locally. That must be a good feeling, though, for a footballer.
Of course. They've been waiting a long time. They need to get back out to play. The clubs need to get in that way of playing and functioning again. And of course, it's only going to help the local game and further propel the national team as well.
Can I inveigle you to come out of retirement anytime soon?
Absolutely not.
The national men's team, though, I mean, you've been looking on, you know, as a spectator this time around. What's it feeling like when you look at the national senior team?
It's a squad in a building process. Of course, there are quite a few new players from the last qualification campaign. They have the chance to continue to build with the Nations League coming up, of course, to get back into the A division of the league, which we need to be in. And that would only help the team and the country to, you know, go from step to step. We need to be back in the top division so that we can continue to build towards 2026.
Now, you know, today we saw the World Cup draw happening internationally. I'm looking at Group E. What team do you support in the World Cup and what do you think of the draw?
Well, the draw itself, I think it's the first time there isn't a group of death in a World Cup draw. It's something to look forward to, of course. It's a bit different knowing that the World Cup is happening in the middle of the footballing calendar for a lot of people. So it should be exciting. Of course, Trinidad and Tobago first for me, but I support Argentina. Otherwise,
Lionel Messi.
I could see them in another final and probably winning the World Cup this time.
No, you know, surprises did happen in CONCACAF. We saw Canada surprisingly qualifying first. I think it's their first qualification in 26 years or so. How do you feel about Canada qualifying, and are we seeing a shake-up or a change in CONCACAF right now?
Well, from time to time, of course, another team has to rise. You know, we usually have the U.S., we have Mexico, we have Costa Rica. Panama was just last. Before it had us. I think Canada has been building for quite some time, the restructuring of their football and bringing on a professional league, of course. And now you have them qualifying for a World Cup. You can see that they have some terrific young players who are playing on in some very big leagues. And, you know, kudos to them for doing that.
Well, Kenwin, I would keep you here all evening, but I know that there's lots of entertainment happening around the ground, and I'm going to allow him to do that and head back to the women's team. So we're going to take a short break and come back with more football action right here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground.
In the start. Welcome back here to the Terminex La Horquetta ground. And if you're now joining us, we're at the half in the game between Terminex La Horquetta Rangers and the Police FC. It's 1-1, and this is another tense one and can go either way. Of course, if you're joining us on Sports Max throughout the region and on TV6, we want to say welcome to all our viewers, and we expect a real humdinger of a second half. This should be our cracking encounter. Both these teams, they want to go for the win. They are not the type of teams that will be satisfied with draws. They want to win. And both Police and Rangers, I expect they're going to be going at each other from the start of the whistle in this second half. And really and truly, like the first game, I can't predict. Maybe the first game ended in a draw, and I told you, James, I didn't want to predict. I don't want to predict here either. You know, this could go either way, and it could very well also end up in a draw. But, you know, you look at it's going to be interesting, in my view, and what I'm going to be looking at is to see if there's any change in the tactics of both teams. You know, is Police going to continue playing from the way they were playing in the first half in terms of knocking the ball and then suddenly trying to up the ante, playing it over the top of the defense? Is Rangers going to just back off, allow them to play the ball in their half of the field, and then when they get into the Rangers half, put pressure on them, try to win the ball, counter-attack quickly, and use the pace of Gill and Charles on either wing to create problems going up the park, the sides of the park, and getting the ball over. I am very intrigued as to see the tactics of both these teams in the second half.
Yeah, I think tired legs are going to decide this match later on. Two very, very well-stacked teams. Richard Hood, in fact, was my coaching instructor when I was doing my coaching badges, and he's a very analytical, he's very tactical. You can see that with the way that he sets up his police team. They've struggled somewhat to break down the compactness of the Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, which I thought did an excellent job. I'm pretty surprised, in fact, by the defensive discipline of Terminix Rangers. They're known for their attacking prowess. I'm happy to see them sit back, be compact. They might feel hard done to give away a goal easily before halftime. But at the end of the day, I think that, you know, it's going to come down to tired legs in the end.
Yeah, it certainly will come down to tired legs. Again, we keep talking about these players haven't had too long getting themselves fit, doing a lot of training. It's only about 3 weeks to a month that they've had, the opportunity to train and get out here. Not only that, we've had some rain, not heavy rain, but enough rain to have that little bit of give on the ground. So that might come into play as well in terms of the leg weariness of the players. So we'll have to wait and see how it pans out in the second half. But it's going to be, in my view, it's going to be a really good second half, and it can go any which way.
Well, the teams are set up and ready. Somebody wants to break the deadlock. Some are calling for divine intervention. The score remains locked at 1 goal apiece between Terminix La Horquetta Rangers and the Police FC, who will break the deadlock. The next 45 minutes will tell us exactly who that will be, as Police hold on to the early possession. Just wonder what the team talk of both these teams would have been at the halftime interval.
Much of the same. If you're looking at Rangers, they're all backing off. All 11 in their own half. So they're saying to Police, okay, knock it around, play it around in your half. And then the long ball comes.
Oh, this should be easy for Jabari Bryce. One of the easier interventions he's had to make all evening. Well, he's going long, though. They've tried to push that one into the spaces behind. Well, they seem to be playing with a back three at the moment. Confirm that as Elijah Belgrave picks up possession. Again, Terminix Rangers quite content to drop off and allow them to occupy the spaces in their third and the middle third. Well, seems to have been some changes that took place at halftime. In fact, quite a few changes on the side of La Horquetta Rangers. I would confirm who some of those changes were. Seeing Kadeem Corbin, the striker for that team that won the Caribbean Cup with Ikem Andrews, Levi Garcia and company. He has come in, and he could get at the end of this one. Should be Police to clear. Well, no real communication, and Real Gill tries his luck, or rather Kadeem Corbin has his first involvement. Dragged wide. Corbin was the top scorer in that Caribbean Cup. He was, if my memory serves me correctly, he was the player of the tournament as well, Kadeem Corbin. Surprised that he hasn't transitioned as smoothly into the senior national team. Was a real star at youth level. So he's come in.
Well, Kaim Thomas, James, he's come in for Isaiah Lee.
I'm also not sure that I'm seeing Atula Guerra.
Atula Guerra is also out. They've made 4 changes. Junior Asun has come in for Atula Guerra.
Quite surprised by some of the changes. Not sure if injury might play a part in any of that, as a foul is committed against Police. Now the strategy might be to go for the extra pace. Kadeem Corbin does pack some turbo.
Well, he's coming for Charles,
because
for Tyrone Charles.
They have been looking to counter-attack quickly So he's gone for 2 quick players. That might be the rationale that I think might be in his head. It's all a guessing game at the moment. I guess we'll find out later on. Well, here's the free kick that's aimed in at the back post, and wow, everything but what was required went into the net. 2 police players, but not the ball. But again, they threatened from set pieces. They did get their equalizer from a set piece, Gabriel Nanton, and this time Chandu trying his luck. Unfortunately, he couldn't pick out one of the lurking grey jerseys at the far post, and might just have shifted the post as well.
James, I'm really surprised at 4 substitutions. When you look at it, Kaim Thomas has come in for Isaiah Lee, Junior Asun has come in for Atula Guerra, Kadeem Corbin has come in for Tyrone Charles, and Maurice Dick has come in for Akim Andrews.
And those are not the changes that you would have expected to see.
Well, not 4 at one time. I'm really...
and they're 4 key players.
Yeah. It'd be interesting, James, when you chat to the coach to get an insight into how come you've made these 4 changes.
Well,
all at once.
I've seen stranger things happen in football matches. Nanton, well, that's a good tackle. And would be a throw to police. But I'm sure many of the fans here in La Horquetta might be asking the same questions that you've been asking, Colin Murray.
I'm just wondering if it has to do with a little bit of fitness on the part of those players. But
all these been tripped, has he? Doesn't seem so, according to the referee.
He's gonna bring it back. He's got to. There was no advantage, yeah.
Again, with his pace causing all sorts of trouble. Oh, this is a long one. Should be easy for the goalkeeper. Fun set.
Such a commanding figure, isn't he? He knows exactly what he wants of his defenders. Commands the 6-yard box well. He's a fine keeper, Adrian Fonset.
Did have a long injury layoff some years ago after he broke his leg. But he did well, and he...
Wasn't there some talk that he may not return to the game?
Certainly. It was deemed to be a career-ending injury. But he has rebounded well, Adrian Fonset. Cemented his place in the national team structure. It's largely been the number 2 to Marvin Phillips, but he has played a couple of World Cup qualifiers, 12 caps. Quite surprised that the number of caps he's played, but that just tells you how good Marvin Phillips was.
Yeah. And I said it a little earlier, I think we've been blessed over the years with really good keepers.
John Michael Williams comes to mind as well. So it has been strong competition for the number 1 position of the national team. Well, Leslie Russell taking no chances there. And using some unorthodox means to try to clear that one. Fortunately for him, his goalkeeper cleans up.
Talking about Ross Russell Jr., what about Russell Sr.?
Yeah.
Between the sticks as well. He was a fine keeper.
Let's not forget Glenroy Samuel.
Yeah.
Who would have been part of the national youth setup together with Fonset. And Andre Marchand as well. Another. Trinidad and Tobago has been a very fertile soil for goalkeepers.
And if you want to go even further back, people like Earl Spider-Man Carter.
Michael Maurice. Hayden Thomas.
That's right.
Mike McComey, the deceased Michael McComey. Well, Jabari Bryce would hope to add his name to that list sometime in the future. Well, here they come, La Horquetta Rangers. They're packing a punch going forward now. Well, he did well to keep it. And the referee offers him some protection as well. And Salim Henry managed to keep possession for police. not as much rhythm to their passing as we saw in the first half, Police. The game a bit more open. Oh, that's a bad tackle from behind.
That's a dirty one, and I'm surprised the referee hasn't pulled out his yellow card.
But he's a lucky boy, isn't he?
Yeah.
And those are lucky fans.
Yeah, some interesting fans coming out to the game. All having a good time.
Well, Nanton has a limp in his walk. And they've got a hop in their step. Oh, it's a chance. And
what a shot. What a save.
Was it tipped over?
Oh, it was.
What a save.
What a brilliant save. And, well, the referee is saying goal kick, and the Rangers players are protesting. I thought he got a hand to that. Whoa.
Well, I told you about Kadeem Corbin. He is a nippy goal scorer. Was one of the players that was being touted to replace Kenwin Jones, who we interviewed at halftime. He's quick, he's two-footed, and he has an eye for goal.
Lovely flick on.
Well, can he keep this one in? Not this time, and it will be a goal kick. Freitas, Kareem Freitas. He's been pretty busy, almost playing as a lone striker in this match. He has had a lot of running to do. Well, more rain comes down here in La Horquetta. The fans don't seem to care. They're having a wheel of a time.
Of course, all our cameramen, James, have walked with their garbage bags. And women, yes, that's very true. Our cameramen and women have all walked with their garbage bags.
Well,
there they are.
Nobody gave us the memo.
Nobody gave us a garbage bag, and we were getting wet. But that's life.
Well, here's Sturge. Switches the point of the attack. Ross Russell Jr. sends it back to Leslie Russell. Here's Javon Morris. He's gone long looking for Gill, who is the shortest man in the field, but he got ahead of Elijah Belgrave there. And a chance opening up Kadeem Corbin, but it's touched too heavy. But the flag does come to his rescue, as it is in an offside position. He's going to be grateful to see that flag. But what a position that they were able to open up. That play started by Gill.
I thought Fonset did well, though. He quickly came out.
Well, it's beginning to pour here in La Horquetta. The surface has held up pretty well, though.
Yeah, it's going to make conditions even a little more tricky for the players, because it's I wouldn't say it's a shower, but it's a steady drizzle, which is going to be making the field all have a little bit more give. And you could see immediately that ball just running away, bouncing in front of the Police striker and just running away. Actually, it looked like Bailey was the man making the forward run, and the ball just going past him.
Well, there might be some movement on the sidelines, and it's the former national youth player, Jabari Mitchell, who is going to make his way in, and Salim Gill would say goodbye to the game. So 49 minutes gone, 59, and Jabari Mitchell, another top youth player, was a part of every youth team, under 17, under 20, and even at the under 23 level, has been called up to the senior team a couple of times. Hasn't gotten much caps though, but he certainly is a talent coming in for Police, so they've got lots of trump cards in their possession. They're going to look for his energy in the middle of the field. Oh, this is a long one that Leslie Russell is happy to escort out of danger. Goal kick for his team. Well, he's a cool, calm customer, isn't he? Well, this one is kept in play. And that's a nice movement. He's gotten past one, he's gotten past two. He's done well to hold on to possession, but he gives it away as the footwork show comes out. Well, everybody's just giving away and winning it back at the moment. And again, this one is given away. Russ Russell Jr. launches it forward.
Well, the tackles are really coming in.
Danger here. Oh. Fonset looked as cool as a snowman in the Arctic.
How often we've seen, not Fonset in the Arctic, but how often we've seen him so cool and comfortable on the ball. You know, and we kept saying, James, that's the thing with goalkeepers nowadays. They've got to learn to, in the old days, you would find the keeper just coming out and blasting that ball.
Sending it to heaven.
Yeah, now look at him. How cool, calm, and knows exactly what he wants to do with the ball.
That's the modern goalkeeper. Adrian Fonset, certainly one of them. Did have a decent college career after
yeah, that's right. Fatima, didn't he?
Was at Fatima College. And he moved into the U.S. at Alabama Great Danes. He had 48 caps. Spent a little spell in the USL too, at Western Mass Pioneers. And, you know, I think his crowning achievement, many might have forgotten, he was in goal for TNT during the 2-1 win over the USA that kept them out of World Cup contention.
Well, a quick break from Rangers, but Nanton, he had played a very bad pass in the first place and had to make up by putting in a very good tackle to ensure that the ball went out for a throw.
Here's Russ Russell Jr. Oh, that's a bad giveaway from him.
He's no support, though. He's getting support now.
Yes, Freitas. He brings his man into the action. Well, they're just queuing up now, looking for space. Crowded out like an ants around a piece of candy. Yes, Belgrade. Couldn't be bumped off the ball and, well, overplayed a bit and they gave away possession.
There's the coach of Rangers.
Well, the referee's saying, come off my field, please.
Off my field, please. I love it.
Oh, you're good at lip reading, aren't you?
Off my field. I thought it was like Horquetta Rangers field.
Here's Kadeem Corbin trying to get Gil going, and Kaim trying to get into the action as well. So here's Gil and Mandong, and they will have an opportunity to rest. Now Gil has been shifted into the center of the field.
Yeah. Well, they've used Thomas. He's come out wide on the right, and I think, is it Corbin wide on the left?
Corbin is coming to the middle. He's aimed at him this time around. Lightning quick Kadeem Corbin, and this time his cross doesn't find anybody. but they keep it in. Well, Asun has done well there. Couldn't pick out a white shirt. And here come police. Wow, tried to be clever and almost gave away possession. Well, that is very good from Gill. And again, they get going down the left side. He's got options. Can he find one of them? He opts to try to get off a shot unsuccessfully. It's end-to-end stuff. Seesaw action. Can Freitas get at the end of it? No, he can't. Jabari Bryce comes to the rescue. And here is Gill. Found himself out wide. His pass cut out. Elijah Belgrade. Whoa, just seemed to steamroll this man there. Belgrave.
I'm just looking to see, James, they've been creating some chances wide on the left. I think it's Asun is out there. He's the man wide on the left. He's finding himself in a lot of space. I thought when he came inside just now, he was going to have a crack at goal. He held on that little bit too long and enabled the police defenders to get that ball back. Well, a free kick again for police. Remember last time they had a free kick, what they did with it.
Well, Nanton, the man who scored that free kick, is standing over it. And, well, he allows it to be taken by Jabari Mitchell. And, well, the end result comes to naught. Maybe a bit of seniority at play there. Well, it's a chilly breeze sweeping across the ground, but I can tell you the energy is warm and fuzzy here in La Horquetta. Game still tied, 1 goal apiece between La Horquetta Rangers and the police. Not a good touch though from Nanton. Gives it away to Kaim Thomas. Looks at the back door. Is anybody home? Well, he gets ahead, but again, Fonset as calm as you'd like.
Absolutely no power in the header. Good attacking there. Play again. Man coming forward to look to get that header.
Well, he's being used as an integral part in the build-up play, Fonset. It's Cabby looking for Freitas. Does well to keep it in. Belgrave. Might be more changes this time on the police end as they've got action off the field happening. But on the field, it's La Horquetta Rangers who look to attack. Possession given away cheaply again. Well, I tell you what, he's not happy by that decision that has gone against Rangers. Ross Russell Jr. So it's going to be a free kick for police, but not before a change might be made as Christian Thomas is lining up to come on. And I'll tell you who he will replace.
Looks like Hutchinson. Kadeem Hutchinson.
So it is, you're right, absolutely right. Hutchinson will be replaced by Christian Thomas. So he makes his first appearance in the match. Fonset sends it long. And Kaim Thomas has a foot race here. Does well to keep it in again. Elijah Belgrave. Is he going to take him for a spin? Oh, he does. Difficult to get past Belgrave. He's so experienced, but the ball remains in play. I think they were both surprised by that. Well, careless, and Fonset had to be alert.
Actually went out. It went out of play, so it's going to be a goal kick.
Well, they're going to be relieved to know that. but it was a bit careless from the police standpoint.
Just about 20 minutes to go in this game, James, and still it can go either way. I think both teams are not sitting back and holding on for this 1-1 draw. I think both teams want to win it.
Well, it's a far cry from the first half, and that's a far cry from a soft challenge by Cabby. Well, Gill had to get out of the way there. Barely managed to do that, as that one got out of the way of the park, as it's been blasted wide and high. Well, the game has certainly opened up, Colin Murray.
Oh yeah, still a very open game now, and you look, it can go either way. The tackles are flying in. I think tired legs are starting to show, and both Rangers and Police are going full at the defenses of the opposition.
Yes, Freitas looking to find a jersey in there. Stutz just took away the angle. Was in a great position. And that's not going to be kept in, as signaled by the assistant referee Caleb Wheels. Fun set. Some muscle tussle for it. Oh, and a shot. Well, he had the right idea.
Jabari Mitchell, not a bad idea. I think he surprised Bryce a little bit. He hit it one time, and unfortunately, because it was the left foot, it kept curling away from the keeper. So Bryce was just diving to ensure that it wasn't sneaking in at that far post. But a good idea from Mitchell. On this kind of surface, when you hit it and it goes maybe dropping just in front of the keeper, it's difficult. It skids on, and keepers got to be very wary of shots of that nature.
There is a familiar face, Wendell Joseph, the former Naparima College standout. Also played with the Police senior team. He's now evolved into management. Was a very, very good utility player back in his day.
He was, no doubt about it. Police looking to make 2 more substitutions. Here's a chance.
Well, Asun is open. Can he get a shot on target? He can! Junior Asun sends the home crowd into a euphoric state as the lock has been picked. And Terminex La Horquetta Rangers take a 2-1 lead.
Well. Asun, how well he's taken his goal and how well he's played since he's come on that left side. But look at the freedom he had, James. He all by himself. Where was the Police defense? I mean, he was just completely open. He just ran at Fonset, picked his spot. Fonset did well to get his body on it, but they just opened up the Police defense. They were 6s and 8s and all over the place.
Well, he might have hurt himself in the process, as well, disappointment on the face of Fonset. He's done well all evening. Disappointed to be beaten that easily. Well, they're a happy bunch, although their faces, well, that's a happy face.
Yep.
It's a happy face.
In the 70th minute to bring it 2-1. And the question is, can Police get back into this game? They're going to make a couple of substitutions.
Well, the good news is that Junior Asun is back on his feet as the action can now continue. So Junior Asun in the 70th minute, he puts La Horquetta Rangers 2-1 ahead of Police. And you can just see heads beginning to drop in the grey jerseys. Well, they're ready for a party, the fans. Well, that is a prayer that will not be answered as that one sails over the top. Not a bad idea, though.
Interesting. You sometimes catch the keeper just off guard. Here is a substitution. it appears that
Kadian Gabriel and Jem Gordon are the two players set to come in.
yeah, Keyshawn Hutchinson is coming off.
Kadian Gabriel, the former TNT international. He played at right back for the Trinidad and Tobago senior team, known as Drogba. He started off as a striker, in fact, and has since progressed to be a defender.
They're looking to make another substitution, Police, but a little bit of confusion is going on at the moment. I think they're looking to take Simeon Bailey off.
And Jem Gordon, the former W Connection striker, is set to make his way on. So finally the confusion is over and Jem Gordon makes his way onto the field. Such a good talent, Jem Gordon. Made a big impact at W Connection, where he spent a number of years. Here's Real Gill. Oh, he's showing good strength. Real Gill is a good area. And it is 3-1 to the home team. And this time, Kadeem Corbin gets the prize as he puts his team 3-1 ahead. And I told you, Colin Murray, tired legs would pay in the second half.
What about Real Gill? I mean, he's caused real problems. He went out on the right side. He was roughed up. Look at the cross. Pinpoint to Kadeem, and a goal in the 75th minute. And Kaim Thomas is the man making it 3-1. And you could see the La Horquetta Rangers team now. They're pushing forward, James. They're looking to take this game by the scruff of the neck, and they've done it. Excellent. But Real Gill, from the time he's come out wide, he's created problems. He came out wide, ran at the police defense, got the ball over. Not that he only get the ball over, a pinpoint cross to Thomas, and it's all of a sudden, after 1-1, after 70 minutes, and the game was just going along, 6 minutes later, police finds themselves 3-1 down.
Well, they go in search of some fortune on their end of the field this time, police, and Nanton has his shot blocked. Well, the appeals for a handball. Christian Thomas, in fact, was the one who had his shot blocked. But here comes Kadeem Corbin yet again. Chance opening up, and it is 4-1 to the home team. Well, look at the fans at the moment. They are over the moon, and you can't give them any reason to not celebrate as Russ Russell Jr. gets his name on the score sheet, and it's 4-1.
Yeah, brilliant football again. The counter-attack was lightning pace. They won the ball, and there they go. And here goes Ross Russell into the back of the net, and all of a sudden, 4-1.
So the goal coming in the 77th minute. So we've had 3 goals in the last 7 minutes. 70th, 75th, and 77th. And boy, oh boy, is Ross Russell Jr. happy. And again, Kadeem Corbin, the architect of that one. He scored the 3rd goal in the 75th minute, and then assisting Ross Russell Jr. in the 77th. And, well, it's an eruption, unexpected. Nobody predicted this.
No, it certainly, it was 1-1, and the game was going along nicely. And all of a sudden, Rangers are now 4-1 up.
Well, can police do damage control? They've been imprisoned by the relentless attack of the Terminex Rangers. Can they break free? But Real Gill, this time he's cut out successfully. And Adrian Fonset, who's been having a phenomenal evening, well, he had to pick the ball out of the back of the net 4 times.
And look at the Rangers players now. They're just hustling police.
Well, what a way to entertain the fans on a Friday evening. But by banging in 4 goals. And I think, more importantly, it's a statement that La Horquetta Rangers have made. They've taken out 4 players at the end of the first half. Not just any 4 players, but they've taken out the likes of Atula Guerra, Ikem Andrews, main top players in their team, and yet still they have enough quality to get 4 goals in the second half.
Yeah, it's really an excellent performance.
So it's another chance for Police to find themselves a consolation, perhaps. Can't pass the first defender. Oh, that's a good turn from Gill. Certainly my man of the match at the moment. Here we go, Kadeem Corbin. What an impact he's made since coming on. Another contender for top player in the match. Here's Corbin. Well, the defenders are going to have nightmares about him this evening. That's a good touch. Took it away from goal somewhat. When he swung it back in.
Excellent ball.
Trying to tee it up. This time the grey jerseys get it away. Not a good ball from Gabriel.
The Police, they've lost it now, James. The confidence is gone.
Yes, Caleb Sturge into a good area, and he's gone for the bicicleta. Couldn't quite connect, but the fans are thoroughly entertained, I can tell you that. Freitas tries to find Thomas. Sturge clears his lines. Wow, the game has certainly gone on another level of excitement. They've certainly got lots of depth in their ranks. Tyrone Charles, Atula Guerra, Ikem Andrews all came out at halftime. And what a turnaround we've seen so far. 3 senior international players they've taken out. And they've been able to take apart a decent Police team. Yes,
there goes Gill. There goes Gill. There goes Gill.
Well, he likes running at them. This time he goes to
What a cracker.
That's not a telephone, that's his upright ringing.
Oh, my word.
And he came close again to pinning the tail yet again.
I tell you what, James, if there's one person on this field deserves a goal, it's Real Gill. He had opportunities to play the ball to his left. Look at the crowd. They're just lapping it up here. He had opportunities to play that ball to his left. He decided to go it alone, went round the defender and had an absolute cracker. But here comes Police. Ball just going behind for a goal kick. But what a shot from Real Gill.
Well, he's certainly been a star performer.
Never even moved. He never even moved. He just watched it and prayed. What a shot.
Well, what a match we've witnessed and are witnessing here at the Horquetta Recreation Ground. Well, the Friday night party has started and, well, the performers haven't even come out yet. Tell you what, the real performers are in white jerseys on the field at the moment. Fonset has to be careful here.
They've really upped their game. We talked about tired legs and we talked about the game petering out, but certainly the Horquetta Rangers, they have lifted their level to an incredible type of performance now that we're witnessing.
Now, Colin Murray, I think that man in your picture, he's the star performer of the evening.
I have no objection to that, James. Absolutely none.
Real Gill, certain that all around the Horquetta would agree that certainly has been the most outstanding player on the field. They're going to dream him this evening, the Police players. And that's a foul against the captain, Jamal Creighton.
So after 1-1 at halftime, the penalty scored by Guerra in the 28th minute, all of a sudden, in a an 8-minute spell in this second half, James. In the 69th minute, Asun. In the 75th minute, Corbin. And the 77th minute, Russell. And all of a sudden, it went 4-1.
Could be more. Fun set. Prevented that. So lots of action. Atula would have started the scoring as early as the 24th minute.
Yep.
1-1 at halftime. And then in the second half, well, the game just exploded. And there could be more action now. Here's Kadeem Corbin. Defenders get nightmare when he runs at them, not this time. Well, Kristen Thomas could be away here. He's got a man at the far post. Can he pick him out? Well, the man certainly hoped that he would have. Didn't on that occasion. Javon Morris, as solid as a rock. Maybe more action, and again, Morris puts his body on the line. He's certainly been a roadblock against the police this evening. And this man has been a star performer this evening, Real Gill.
It's a pity, really, that he hasn't scored. That's the only thing he hasn't done tonight. And he rocked the crossbar with an absolute scorcher. That and when you can do that against the quality of a keeper like Fonset, who didn't even move. He's been absolutely brilliant.
Well, they're setting up the after party. Well, these folks have been partying from the start. Don't need to give them a further reason than the current scoreline. 4-1 to Terminix Larkita Rangers. Can police get some sort of consolation? Police came into this match in second position, and tonight they're second best. Is there to be more drama in this match? The clock winding down. Nanton scored a beautiful free kick to equalize in the first half. Can he create something here for the lawmen? Well, they've got to defend yet again. But there should be a change being made just before that. And it is Johannes Richardson.
Sturge is the man making way.
And did spend a long time on the ground. So he's been given a rest. Caleb Sturge and Johannes Richardson comes in. He makes his Ascension debut this year. Oh, that's a good-looking cross. Couldn't find the intended target. And look at them high-fiving each other, the Larkita Rangers players.
What a crowd we have here, James. I mean, all behind the police goal post. I mean, it's 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 deep. Just watching one of this game. Look at the crowd. It's absolutely brilliant what we're witnessing here at this ground.
Oh, the crowd has certainly increased in number as the noise and the goal intensity, and there could be more. But again, Fonset comes to the rescue of police. Elijah Belgrave is the latest victim of some sore muscles, and he would require some treatment.
You've got to feel for the players, because, a game like this, the intensity of this game, and these players have only been training for 3 weeks, 4 weeks. I mean, and, you're talking 90 minutes of tough, hard football. You've got to give them a lot of credit. All the teams that have taken part in the league.
Well, he's certainly having a joyful evening.
Just about winding down. We've just got a few minutes left in this game before added on time.
Well, he's just waiting for Belgrave to make his way off the field. Certainly led by example, the captain, Jamal Creighton. Belgrave, like, just out of your picture, taking his time to come off the field. He's had a hard evening. And finally, play can continue as he has made his way off the field. And here is Freitas. Well, the centre forward has dropped into a defensive position, replacing Belgrave, who is off the field. So that kind of sums up the evening.
Yeah. You're looking at the Rangers players there. I'm just wondering now, the 4 substitutions, James, that was made, they've put some energy and life into this Rangers team. And they've looked a completely different team in the second half.
Certainly have.
So who are we to question 4 substitutes all at once? It's worked.
Well, he went flying there, but the advantage continues. Ross Russell Jr. is in, maybe to get his second. And oh, how close was that for the flying fullback? Coming close to getting his second in the evening.
4 minutes of added on time.
So 4 minutes of torture for Police FC.
Might be a little more than that because Gill is down. No, but he's up. He's a tough customer.
Wow. He went flying and they're questioning the referee. What part of the football manual resembles MMA?
He's not a big man, but certainly there is Belgrave.
He's had a tough night. Physically and literally.
Well, I was going to say that the Police defenders have had a tough night, including their goalkeeper. It's been a really good performance by this Timonex La Horquetta Rangers team. It's been an excellent performance. Here's Nanton.
Well, to no one in particular. And Kadeem Corbin could pick up. Well, here comes Ross Russell. Sends Corbin forward. He has been a burst of energy since coming on, Kadeem Corbin. I just wonder how he doesn't make the starting lineup of this team, Kadeem Corbin. Such a talented centre forward. He's proven that already this evening. So almost a Galactico team for Timonex Rangers as another player goes flying.
Looks like Gill. All of a sudden, the last couple of minutes, he's been in the wars.
Well, I tell you what, the Police are good at finding the targets, and they've certainly made Gill a target after his performances. Well, they've opened up the sea here, and Fonset had to be strong.
And, offside.
Well, it's been called back now, but Adrian Fonset again.
Brilliant save. He wasn't to know that the man was offside. He had to save, and he did.
Here's Freitas. Well, once again, we'd like to thank our viewers across the region for tuning in here on Sportsmax. Also our viewers in Trinidad and Tobago on CCN TV6. This is the Ascension football tournament. Second of a doubleheader that we've covered this evening. Of course, in the first match.
We've seen 9 goals, the first game 2-2, and this one 4-1. 9 goals for the evening. Pretty good entertainment. And a free kick here for Police. I would have thought Nanton would have been interested in this, but it seems like it's going to be Jabari Mitchell.
Well, he can strike the ball well, Mitchell. Is there a consolation for Police?
That's a
what a save that was. But they do get a consolation.
Yep.
Maybe too little, too late. But the policemen, they've given themselves some joy to take back home. And Kristen Thomas, is it? No. In fact, it's they've gotten a goal. Jabari Mitchell starting the move. Free kick saved. And in fact, it was the number 35 that got on the score sheet. Mikel Jem Gordon, a former W Connection attacker, getting the final touch. So 4-2 certainly does flatter the police team. They've been thoroughly outplayed within the last half hour or so. And the final whistle brings their night to a close. And I tell you what, the celebrations here in La Horquetta will go long into the evening as the home team, Terminex La Horquetta Rangers, are 4-2 winners over Police FC.
Yeah, and a very, very good evening here for the Terminex La Horquetta Rangers team. They've produced another very good performance when this game seemed to be heading for a draw after 1-1 at 69 minutes. They suddenly turned it on, and in the space of 8 minutes, they produced 3 more goals to take the score to 4-1, and then Police with a consolation in added on time to make it 4-2, to make the scorecard a little bit more respectable, but still, it was a commanding performance from the Rangers team. So let's have a look at the highlights of this really super game. The Police started well, trying to turn with the shot, but the clearance from Morris, and then Guerra with the breakaway sends the ball across. Thomas had the shot, but Charles with the shot didn't control it. And then the foul on Creighton being brought down by Hutchinson, and the penalty put away by Guerra, a good penalty, putting it away from Fonset into the corner of the side netting, and made it 1-0 in the 24th minute for La Horquetta Rangers. And this is Creighton again having the shot, but right across the face of the goal, and Guerra just couldn't get there in time, and the ball went out. This was probably one of the goals of the evening. A wonderful free kick from Nanton, curling it over the top of the wall, away from the keeper, into the net to make it 1-goal all. And then Guerra having the opportunity to increase the lead for Rangers just before the half hit the post. And here we go now with the second half, and the Police with the free kick could have certainly scored, but away comes the Rangers, the shot going over the bar. I thought for one moment it was touched by Fonset, but it was not, and it went over the bar. Bryce doing well, and then nice cross ball, the header coming in. Fonset had no problems with that. Then in the 69th minute, here goes Asun, and putting it past Fonset. It hit him and still had enough pace on it to go into the back of the net. Asun, coming on as a substitute, went on that left-hand side and created real problems. But here comes Gill. Beautiful cross ball, and Thomas putting it past Fonset to make it 3-1. Gill, who was a thorn all night in the policeman defense, put in a superb cross, and there went Thomas, just putting it into the net. Actually, that was Corbin who put it into the net, and Russell, receiving the pass from Corbin, beat Fonset to make it 4-1. There is the ball laid on from Corbin. 4-1, and Police with a consolation very late on. Another free kick from Jabari Mitchell, just in stoppage time, and the free kick to the left of goalkeeper Bryce. Here it's the free kick to the left of the keeper. He did well to just touch it. He palmed it away, but he could only palm it into the hands of Gordon, who put it into the back of the net. So 4-2 at the end, a victory for the Terminex La Horquetta Rangers team, a convincing victory against Police. Let's go down to James. He's got the man of the match with him.
Well, that's right, Colin. He didn't score this evening, but he scored our votes as the Sportsmax man of the match. So congratulations to you. Real Gill, congratulations. Firstly, tell me about your team's performance. 4-2 against Police.
Well, I find it was a great performance. I find we come out and do the job well to get the 3 points.
Well, you've put in a fantastic shift. Tell me, what was the team talk like at halftime, you know, in this match?
Well, I thought about we start off playing slow, and you was telling us that the Police cannot beat us and come out and do our very best and play harder.
Well, congratulations, young man, and you can run off and celebrate. And once again, congratulations on being our man of the match.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. So we now head across to the coach of Terminex La Horquetta Rangers, or in fact, we head to Police, the losing coach, Mr. Richard Hood. He has a big smile on his face, but it certainly was a tough evening, Mr. Hood, going down 4-2. You think that's a deserved result from your end?
I think it's a fair result. Actually, I thought that La Horquetta played really well, all right, and we not so really. We did not do the job that we prepared to do, you know. There were a lot of mistakes, a lot of errors, and basically I thought that we played into their hands, right?
What fell apart in the second half? You went in tied.
I think generally speaking, organization is a problem at the moment. I think as well we have a lot of new players in the unit, and you know it's taken a little while for them to get into our philosophy of how we want to play. All right. Yeah, basically I think that's it. In the second half, you know, it fell apart. Again, we were making a lot of mistakes and, you know, giving away the ball. And we knew that La Horquetta is going to play on the counter, and that's their game, you know. And basically, we were just giving it to them.
Well, we've got a long season ahead, and we wish you best of luck moving forward in the
right, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hood. As we now invite the winning coach, Mr. Dave Kwamina. No, he was very animated during the match, but he's all smiles at the end of it now because his team, they've come away as 4-2 winners of this match. Congratulations, firstly.
Yes, I must start by saying kudos to Police FC. They made us work hard tonight, but we ended up coming out on top. But it was a close game until the goal started to score. But Police and Coach Hood has done an excellent job. And I just want to big them up and tell them thanks for the entertainment. Thanks to the crowd. Fans tonight, we had a good crowd tonight again. And next game we'll try to entertain again.
Now I must ask you, 4 changes at the end of halftime. Names like Atula Guerra, Ike Manjus, Tyrone Charles, you took off and everybody was wondering, what was he thinking like at that moment?
No, I think the youngsters that we have is talented youths. If you need to give them a chance, they can't sit down on a bench for a whole season. So you had to give them the chance to get confident. And you see what happened tonight, right? It wasn't that the players was playing bad in the first half. We came off. It's just that we needed a little more energy in the game, and that is why we made all the changes.
Do you think your team has made a statement this evening?
Not really. The competition is a hard one. It's a very attacking. But you see what I'm talking about the Police team. It's a championship team. Police has the last tournament, they were champions. So the teams in the competition are here to win. They won't lie down. You see what I'm talking about the first game. So it's not no big guns or small guns. You just select on the day you have to come and work.
Well, congratulations. You've got a full house this evening, and I'm sure you're going to be off to celebrate. Thank you so much as we send it back up to Colin Murray in the commentary room.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, James. So a victory here this evening for the Terminex La Horquetta Rangers team by 4-2. The first game between Deportivo PF and AC Port of Spain, that was a 2-2 draw. There's more action tomorrow at 5 o'clock at the Arima Velodrome. Canopia FC, they were winners in their first game. They play against Central FC, and at 7 p.m. Defence Force, they come up against Central Soccer World. And on Sunday at 5 p.m., Real West Fort FC, they come up against Maruga FC at the St. James